Shamsi. I am pleased to welcome you and thank you for attending the virtual CEO Forum, which is held as part of the Sustainability Leadership Conference 2021 and as part of DIWA's Virtual Sustainability Week 2021. Your Excellency Saeed Mohammed Al-Tayer, MD and CEO of DIWA, Dame Polly, Director of University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. DIWA is organizing the Sustainability Week in collaboration with University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, CISL. First, I would like to invite His Excellency Saeed Mohammed Al-Tayer, MD and CEO of DIWA, to give his opening remarks.
سيدات والسادة، حضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن نرحب بكم في مؤتمر ريادة الاستدامة الرابع الذي تنظمه هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي بالتعاون مع معهد جامعة كامبريدج لريادة الاستدامة في إطار رؤيتنا المشتركة بأهمية ترسيخ مفهوم الاستدامة. وأود بداية أن أشكر القائمين على المعهد على تعاونهم المستمر مع الهيئة، وتقدم بشكر خاص إلى بولي كوريتس على جهودها الكبير منذ تأسيس المعهد منذ أكثر من 30 عاماً حتى أصبح منصة عالمية للتميز في مجال الاستدامة. ويأتي تنظيم المؤتمر خلال أسبوع الهيئة الافتراضي للاستدامة ضمن جهودها المتواصلة لدعم رؤية وتوجيهات سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله، بضرورة تحقيق التوازن بين التنمية والبيئة، حيث نسترشد بهذه الرؤية لإطلاق مبادرات تهدف إلى ترسيخ دعائم الاستدامة ضمن إطار مؤسسي متكامل لضمان استدامة النتائج. السيدات والسادة، كما تعلمنا من قيادتنا الرشيدة، نحرص دائما على تحويل التحديات إلى فرص واعدة. ورغم انتشار جائحة كوفيد-19 واصلت الهيئة تنفيذ مشروعاتها ومبادراتها المستدامة في إطار توجهنا للتوسع في استخدام الطاقة المتجددة والنظيفة، انسجاما مع استراتيجية الإمارات للطاقة 2050 واستراتيجية دبي للطاقة النظيفة 2050 التي تهدف إلى توفير 75% من القدرة الإنتاجية للطاقة في دبي من مصادر الطاقة النظيفة بحلول 2050، إضافة إلى توظيف التحول الرقمي والشبكات الذكية والتقنيات الإحلالية للثورة الصناعية الرابعة. ومن أبرز المشروعات الاستراتيجية التي تنفذها الهيئة حاليا في مجال الطاقة المتجددة والنظيفة المرحلة الرابعة من مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للطاقة الشمسية، أكبر مجمع للطاقة الشمسية في موقع واحد على مستوى العالم، والذي ستبلغ قدرته الإنتاجية 5000 ميجاوات بحلول عام 2030، وسيسهم عند اكتماله في تقليل 6.5 مليون طن من انبعاثات الكربونية سنويا. وتتميز المرحلة الرابعة من المجمع بقدرة 950 ميجاوات بتقنية الطاقة الشمسية المركزة والألواح الشمسية الكهروضوية بأكبر قدرة تخزينية للطاقة الشمسية على مستوى العالم. كما نعمل على تنفيذ المرحلة الخامسة من المجمع بقدرة 900 ميجاوات بتقنية الألواح الشمسية الكهروضوية، وكذلك مشروع المحطة الكهرومائية بتقنية الضخ والتخزين في حتى بقدرة 250 ميجاوات، وتعد الأولى من نوعها في المنطقة. وفي عام 2020 تم تدشين مشروعات كبرى في مجال الطاقة الشمسية، أبرزها المرحلة الثالثة بقدرة 800 ميجاوات من مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للطاقة الشمسية. وبتدشين هذه المرحلة ارتفعت نسبة قدرة الطاقة النظيفة في مزيج الطاقة في دبي إلى 9%، لتتخطى بذلك النسبة التي حددتها استراتيجية دبي للطاقة النظيفة 2050 لتوفير 7% في حلول عام 2020. كما تم تدشين مركز الابتكار ومركز البحوث والتطوير في المجمع، واللذان سيسهما في تعزيز مكانة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في مجال الطاقة المتجددة والنظيفة. وتتويجا جهودها في مجال الاستدامة، حصدت الهيئة العديد من الجوائز المحلية والعالمية المرموقة، من بينها جائزة تحدي المؤسسة الأوروبية للإدارة الجودة 2021 لدعم أهداف الأمم المتحدة للتنمية المستدامة لعام 2030. كما نجحت الهيئة في الاستغناء عن استخدام الأوراق تماما، وحصلت على ختم 100% لا ورقية من دبي الذكية. وقد أسهم تبني الهيئة لإحدى التقنيات في تفادي استخدام أكثر من 22 مليون ورقة في الهيئة خلال عام 2020 ما ساهم في تحقيق وفرات مالية تزيد عن 85 مليون درهم، وإنقاذ 2700 شجرة كانت ستستخدم لصناعة هذه الكمية من الورق. كما تواصل هي جهودها لرفع كفاءة محطات الطاقة والمياه، وحققت واحدة من أدنى قيم الفاقد في شبكات المياه على مستوى العالم بنسبة 5.1%. ونواصل العمل على ابتكار تجارب فريدة تسهم في الانتقال بدبي نحو ريادة المستقبل عبر إعادة صياغة المفاهيم التقليدية لآليات العمل لتتناسب مع التغيرات المتسارعة التي يشهدها العالم. في الختام أشكر لكم حضوركم، والشكر موصول للسادة المتحدثين ولمعهد جامعة كامبريدج لريادة الاستدامة، وإنني على ثقة أن هذا المؤتمر سيشكل إضافة مهمة لجهودنا المشتركة في تبادل الخبرات وأفضل الممارسات في مجال الاستدامة، بما يسهم في دفع عجلة التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبيئية في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على مستوى العالم. شكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now watch a short video that highlights DIWA's major accomplishments.
Dubai Electricity and Water Authority. A singular story of successes and achievements, opportunities and investments, far-reaching initiatives to build a sustainable economy for generations to come. Providing globally leading, sustainable, efficient and reliable power and water services and related innovative smart solutions. Over the years, it has led the way in its ecosystem by adopting the highest standards in its operations, inspiring its stakeholders along the way, and demonstrating how things could be achieved for the benefits of people, society, and future generations. Designed to achieve long-standing results, DIWA's ecosystem encompasses 5 components. DIWA Core Business. Built around the core business value chain, DIWA focuses on its power and water planning, infrastructure projects, generation, transmission, distribution, and customer happiness. As a globally leading sustainable innovative corporation, DIWA constantly strives to improve and develop its services, performance and productivity through a strategic plan and ambitious vision in line with the UAE Centennial 2071, the UAE Vision 2021 and the Dubai Plan 2021. DIWA's integrated value chain has empowered it to lead by example, meet exponentially growing demand and attain a world-class level of reliability, availability and efficiency. DIWA achieved leading KPIs such as first global ranking for the 3rd consecutive year for getting electricity in the World Bank's Doing Business 2020 report, the lowest electricity customer minutes lost per year, CML, in the world at 1.66 minutes, 3.3% losses in power transmission and distribution networks, 5.1% water network losses. The extended enterprise. DIWA has established 14 subsidiaries. This propitious move has reinforced DIWA's financial sustainability and futuristic strategies and transformations. This expansion has been key to encouraging and attracting foreign investments and has effectively supported the economy and society by employing over 2,300 people. Stakeholders. DIWA has identified 7 groups of key stakeholders that influence its strategy and value chain. These are customers, employees, investors and capital providers, society and future generations, the government, partners and suppliers. All DIWA's services have been developed in line with the highest international standards to deliver sustainable value to its stakeholders. Local environment. DIWA anticipates and develops appropriate timely responses for each external factor based on the requirements of its local environment, government directives, strategies and legislation, as well as the demographic diversity of Dubai. Global environment and megatrends. As a globally leading sustainable innovative corporation, DEWA's vision is guided by its position as part of a larger ecosystem. Understanding and anticipating megatrends and changes in the global environment, DEWA actively responds to any foreseeable effects on its purpose, vision and strategy. DEWA contributes to achieving the relevant sustainable development goals by aligning its strategy with those goals. The UAE, represented by DEWA, has maintained its first global ranking for the third consecutive year, with scores of 100% in all getting electricity indicators in the World Bank's Doing Business 2020 report. Anchored by its position as a leading global institution, DEWA continues to adopt global ecosystems through an innovative approach aimed to influence, lead, and spread knowledge and achieve prosperity for generations to come.
I hope you enjoyed the video. I now hand you over to Mr. Ben Kellard, Director of Business Strategy at CISL, who will moderate the rest of today's CEO Forum. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. My name is Ben Kellard. I'm the Director of Business Strategy at the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, or CISL as we're known. So we've got a really great agenda ahead of us, and I'd just like to briefly share that with you. And we're going to be going on a real journey to look at what does leadership and look like in resilience. So we have some terrific speakers lined up for us today. We have, we'll be starting off hearing from Dame Polly Courtis in just a moment. We'll then be hearing from Professor Paul Ekins to look at the impact of how a healthy planet is, and healthy people go hand in hand. We'll be having audience engagement throughout. We'll also be hearing from a group of CEO business leaders to explore what corporate leadership looks like in this context. We'll have a further opportunity to explore some of your questions and see what themes are emerging. Then after a break, we'll be hearing from a number of experts to unpack this whole area of non-financial reporting and exploring all the different trends and getting both a regulator and investor perspective on what is driving that and exploring the implications for businesses. We'll also be hearing from both researchers and business leaders to explore the circular economy, exploring what that means, what it looks like, and what some of the barriers and opportunities are. Finally, we'll be hearing from John Elkington to explore some of his thinking around what the future might hold and what leadership looks like moving forward. So that's what we have planned. I'd now like to introduce you to our next speaker, which is Dame Polly Courtis, who is our director here at CISL. So Polly, over to you.
Thank you, Ben, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to add my warm welcome to this CEO Forum and to thank our host, His Excellency Syed Al-Taya, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of DEWA, which is a long-standing partner of my institute in Cambridge. I've always regarded this Sustainability Leadership Conference as a really important opportunity to take stock of the challenges we face and consider the solutions that are available to us. And of course, this past year has brought those challenges into focus like never before. The pandemic has threatened and in many cases destroyed the lives and the livelihoods of people across the globe. Like a spring tide going out on a beach, it has revealed many underlying issues and vulnerabilities that were there all along, but are now revealed in stark relief. This comes at the dawn of a decisive decade, possibly humanity's last chance to avoid the devastating impacts of runaway climate change and the irreversible consequences from the spiraling loss of nature that will profoundly reshape society and our economy. Last year alone, we learnt from reports on the state of the planet that population sizes of mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, and amphibians have fallen by 68%.
Download the app immediately.
68%.
Without being.
And 1 million species are threatened with extinction over the next 100 years. Loss on this scale is normally only ever seen over millions of years. We are the first generation in history that has such visibility of our impact on the planet, and possibly the last that can do anything about it. As Sir David Attenborough said recently, what we do now in the next few years will profoundly affect the next few thousand years. It will define our legacy to all future generations. The reality is that many of the system challenges and shocks that we face are going to dog us for the rest of this century. But we can't do what we have so often done in the past and leave it to the next generation to worry about. The time for us to act is right now. It's crucial, however, that we don't see these challenges as simply a burden that we have to carry. When I meet students here in Cambridge and hear about their genuine concern, even fear about the future, I also point out to them that there has never been a more exciting time to be alive. This is the generation that still has time to make a difference, that gets to reinvent everything, that can be part of changing the way we live, what we consume, what we build, how we communicate, and what we work for. What a wonderful time to be a young scientist, a young engineer, a young entrepreneur, a young investor, even a young politician, with all this to play for, where the stakes are so high and the potential rewards are so great. And of course, businesses are also recognizing that alongside all the risks, there are also huge opportunities out there, trillions of dollars of opportunity in the transition to a new, cleaner, greener economy. But in my institute, we've seen at first hand that really progressive businesses are not just focusing on seizing these opportunities to increase their profit, but are also taking stock of their values, their purpose, and the contribution that they make by creating long-term social and environmental value as part of being a business of the future. We can undoubtedly emerge as a stronger global community and a more resilient society if we seize the opportunity of this wake-up call from nature and society, collectively to chart a course towards the future we want. That's why events like these are so important, bringing leaders together from different sectors to recognize what needs to change to share, just focusing on seizing these opportunities to increase their profit, but also taking stock of their values, their purpose, and the contribution that they make by creating long-term social and environmental value as part of being a business of the future. We can undoubtedly emerge as a stronger global community and a more resilient society if we seize the opportunity of this wake-up call from nature and society, collectively to chart a course towards the future we want. That's why events like these are so important, bringing leaders together from different sectors to recognize what needs to change, to share aspirations and insights, and to consider how to play a leadership role in building a more resilient and sustainable economy. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you, and I hope you find this event rewarding and inspiring.
Great, so thank you very much, Polly. So just as we start to look at our keynote speech, please could you continue to submit your questions as you hear the speakers and as you maybe want to share reflections or questions. It'd be great if you could submit those, please, throughout the conference. And then what we will do is we will be drawing on those to at the various interactive points and to bring those into later sessions with speakers. So now I'm delighted to introduce our keynote speaker, who will be exploring the link between nature and people. I can't think of anyone better to introduce to take us through this than Professor Paul Ekins, OBE. He's Professor of Resources and Environmental Policy and Director at the Institute for Sustainable Resources at the University College London. So Paul, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Ben, for that kind introduction, and welcome to everyone. I'm going to be talking to you today about healthy planet, healthy people, why nature holds the key to the future. And Healthy Planet, Healthy People was the title, or is the title, of the United Nations Environment Programme's 6th Global Environment Outlook, of which I was privileged to be one of 2 global co-chairs. And it's one of the most comprehensive analyses of the state of the environment and the looking towards the future, the Sustainable Development Goals, and all that. And that provides the context for my talk. And you may well think, well, what's that got to do with business? And to illustrate that, I'll show you this slide, which comes from the Global Risks Report 2021 of the World Economic Forum. And you will see that if we look along these 2 axes of impact up the vertical axis and likelihood along the horizontal axis, you can see that 5 of the top risks in terms of both impact and likelihood are environmental. So they're those little green diamonds. We've got climate action failure right at the top. We've got biodiversity loss. We've got human environmental damage. We've got natural resource crises, and we've got extreme weather. And the only one of those which is higher than that is infectious diseases. And of course, we're all suffering from and hoping to recover soon from the pandemic. And there's a lot of evidence that that too had environmental causes. So this is absolutely at the top of the risk register of business globally, and any business that is not addressing these issues, I'm afraid, is asleep at the wheel. So UNEP's Global Environment Outlook was structured like this. It looked in very great scientific detail at the state of the air and atmosphere, fresh water, oceans, land, biota, and biodiversity, and looked at a number of linkages with cross-cutting issues, some of which I will mention further down in the talk. It looked at the state and trends. Its part B examined in great detail the policy goals and objectives that countries have adopted and have put in place to address some of these challenges. And then in part C, it looked at the outlooks, and particularly it asked the question, if we continue with current states and trends, are we likely to meet the Sustainable Development Goals which the world community put in place in 2015 to achieve in 2030? So the drivers and cross-cutting issues are exclusively related to human aspects and impacts. And we start with population and demographics, well known to all of us. The population is growing. Probably more significant is the fact that more and more of us are living in cities and will be living in cities by 2050. And many of those cities will show a stark contrast between those of us living modern, relatively affluent lives and those living in informal settlements, of whom there are likely to be 2 to 3 billion people, which are very often called also slums or favelas or different words in different languages. We need economic development to help to eradicate poverty, and not least to address the problems of some of those living in these informal settlements and to end hunger. But we also need to be aware that economic development is the cause of quite a lot of our environmental stresses. We know that we will get lots of technological change. Technological change is proceeding faster now than it has ever done. We know that a lot of that will be positive and will lead to increases in productivity and incomes, but we also know that it produces negative effects on the environment in terms of pollution and waste. We are going to have to cope with at least a 1.5 degree increase in average global temperatures. And last year, you're probably aware that the average increase over pre-industrial levels was already 1.2 degrees. And that was much higher than we had in the Global Environment Outlook when we were quoting a 1 degree Celsius increase. We're committed, therefore, to increases in sea level rise, more frequent droughts, and more severe weather events, which will exacerbate many of the other environment problems that we face. And these will have impacts, and there are a number of cross-cutting issues on human health, equity, environmental disasters, chemicals, energy, waste and wastewater, gender, education, polar and mountain regions, and the nexus of food, energy, and resources. So that was what we were looking at, recognizing that these are going to be the drivers for the future, which will create the state of the environment in coming years. There are pervasive unsustainable impacts across all 5 environmental dimensions. And I'm not going to go through those in any detail because that's not the purpose of the presentation, but they provide the inescapable context of where we currently are. In terms of human health, I was shocked to learn that there are 9 million premature deaths due to environmental pollution in every year. This was for 2015, but that kind of death rate continues, which kind of puts in context the deaths that we've experienced from COVID, which are still around 1 million too many, of course, but nevertheless, still much, much less than the deaths that we tolerate from air pollution every year. This is mainly indoor and outdoor air pollution, but also water pollution and sanitation. And then we had quite a lot of text on emerging infectious diseases in humans. We said that they are zoonotic, which means that they jump from animals to humans, increasing the risk of pandemics. And that was before we were hit by COVID-19. So in a way, that was fairly prescient of what we were about to face. Environmental disasters affected many people. We know that there are lots of people who don't have access to modern fuels. We know that there are many chemicals in use, and many of those have not undergone a thorough risk assessment. And we know that urban waste generation is huge, and much of it is unmanaged. And a lot of it, of course, finds its way into the oceans. And that is something of which we're all now much more aware than we were a couple of years ago. So those are the problems, and this is the aspiration. For me, one of the most inspiring statements from the global community that by 2030, we will have reached those goals. And as many of you will know, underneath each of those 17 goals, there are targets, 169 in all, and indicators to show how we are doing. And I will have a look at our assessment of the outlook later on in the talk. And here we are indeed. So we've got 2 sets of trends going on here. On the left hand side, you've got the human development indicators from the SDGs, and we've shown a few of them there: ending hunger, ending preventable deaths of children under 5, achieving universal access to safe drinking water. And the little graphs on the right of that slide with yellow upward sloping arrows show that we are going in the right direction on those indicators, but not fast enough. We will not get to the SDGs if we continue in that direction. Much more concerning even than that is on the right-hand side of this picture, where we've got some of the key environmental indicators from the SDGs. And with only one exception, which is improving air quality in cities, these are all still going absolutely in the wrong direction. Not only are we not likely to achieve the SDGs goals, but we are moving away from them. And air quality in cities is not improving anything like fast enough to meet the 2030 target. So that's the environmental dimension of the SDGs and the internationally agreed environmental goals. They are not expected to be achieved under current policy scenarios. And this refers to all environmental areas. Urgent action is needed, and failure to act now will lead to impacts on the environment and human health that are not only ongoing, but are increasingly irreversible. We have witnessed the pandemic, and we've managed to develop a vaccine for the pandemic, and we hope that that will give us a way back to something approaching normality in our lives. But there is no vaccine for climate change. Once the climate has left its relatively benign state, we cannot get back to it. The priorities for all businesses now, and indeed for governments, are 3: decarbonisation, detoxification, dematerialisation, and these are not only key priorities for richer countries, they are key priorities for developing and emerging economies. And it often costs more to clean up later than to prevent damage now. But in the work that we did on the Global Environment Outlook, I was shocked to find that there are still many policymakers, especially in developing countries, who have got a mindset of grow now, clean up later. The important thing now is to continue with economic growth, no matter what the environmental costs, and we'll be able to clean up later. That is both wrong in the sense that it is cheaper to clean up as we go along, but also wrong because there will be no later in which we can actually clean up. Now, I'm well aware that I'm talking to a meeting of the Dubai utility, and some work that I did before on the oil and gas reserves that we know exist in the world. And of course, these are critical to the wealth and incomes of many Middle East and North African states, as well as other states around the world. And it was perfectly clear from this work, which was published in the journal Nature in 2015, that a very large degree of the reserves of coal, oil and gas that we know about are going to have to stay unburnt and underground if we want to stay below an average global warming of 2 degrees centigrade. And this is the table of our key results from that work. You can see the different world regions, and highlighted are those areas where a particularly high proportion of the fossil fuel resources in those regions are going to need to stay unburnt. And of course, the challenge there for the Middle East is very great. You possess the largest reserves of oil. So we can see that 263 gigabarrels of oil, which is 38% of your reserves, will need to stay unburnt if we are to stay below 2 degrees. And similarly, there's a big challenge here with gas. And then obviously there's much greater challenges with coal in other parts of the region, coal, of course, being the most polluting of the fossil fuels. However, it's your enormous good fortune that if you don't burn that oil and gas, you are blessed with the world's greatest solar resources. And this is a map from the World Bank Group that shows the extent of the solar resource in the Middle East and North Africa. And that is potentially more than sufficient to power the entire world if we were able to capture it cost effectively and distribute the electricity. Of course, that's an enormous challenge, but it is a huge resource. There have been very great cost reductions over recent years, which I'll show you in a minute, and the new technologies have experienced those cost reductions: solar electricity, green hydrogen, and we are hoping that investment in batteries and electrolyzers is going to continue with bringing those costs down. So you have an absolute imperative in that region, in the low carbon world into which we are moving, to diversify your economies. And of course, I'm aware of many initiatives that are already trying to do that. Education, education, education is enormously important, and so is innovation and business development. And I'll touch a little on innovation before the end of this talk. Here are some of the extraordinary statistics that show how costs have come down of these renewable technologies over recent years. So this only goes back 10 years, this graph, and you can see that the costs of the two main kinds of utility scale photovoltaics, their fixed axis and tracking, have come down from prices in the $300s of dollars per megawatt hour down to prices within the 30s and 40s of dollars per megawatt hour. An absolutely extraordinary technological achievement. And when we combine that with the extent of the Middle East and North African solar resource, you can see that those countries possess the capacity to continue to be the energy powerhouses of the world, but of a different kind of energy. Wind has similarly been quite impressive, but also very impressive is that line for battery storage, because obviously the sun doesn't always shine, and when we capture the solar resource during the day, we will need to store it when we want to use it when the sun is not actually shining. This is again, this shows you the same technologies, but with another one over a slightly longer time scale. You can see that this goes back to 2010 and forecast through to 2020. So again, we're looking at about a 10-year period. And again, you can see that these learning rates are quite unprecedented. And the shaded area of this graph gives more or less the fossil fuel cost range. And from that, you can see that all these technologies are scheduled to be within the cost range of fossil fuel electricity by 2020. And some of them are well below the lower end of that cost range. I'm looking particularly at this photovoltaics curve, this yellow line here, and of course, onshore wind down at the right-hand side. And that's a function of their deployment. You can see along the horizontal axis that we're looking there at the quantity of the megawatts that have been deployed. And as more and more of these technologies gets deployed, they become cheaper and cheaper. And there is, at the moment, no signs of an end to that process. There are new technologies in photovoltaics and other renewables technologies that seem likely to continue this extraordinary cost reduction, which we've seen over recent years. And this, of course, is a result of green innovation. We've just finished with a Green Innovation Policy Commission, which was led by a number of senior British business people, looking at how business can be more active in green innovation. This is how we define green innovation quite broadly as the creation and adoption of not just new technologies, but practices, processes, products, and organizational forms. And those businesses which engage in this kind of innovation are going to be the businesses that win in the future. We came up with this little diagram which gives the rationale for green innovation up at the top, and these were all things that were told to us by businesses, not something that we academics invented. We look at the left as to what green innovation requires. We look at the right as to the various barriers and failures that stop green innovation. And then down at the bottom, we look at what green innovation can produce and has produced in the range of technologies, some of which I've described now. So I commend the report of the Green Innovation Policy Commission to you. We came up with policy recommendations and with recommendations for business as to how we could intensify and accelerate processes of green innovation for the future. Well, we know that governments have lots of money which they're throwing at the recovery after COVID, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to shift the trajectory of our economy away from environmental damage and towards a nature-positive economy that induces decarbonization, detoxification, and dematerialization. I'm afraid, looking at the greenness of stimulus index from Vivid Economics, it doesn't look as if governments are grasping that opportunity. All those red bars show where countries are not investing in a green future, but there are some blue bars which show that those investments are in some places taking place. And we can only hope that governments and politicians will change the balance of those investments so that there is more blue and less red. And I think that business has an important role to play in arguing that that should take place. This is effectively the last chance for us to change the trajectory of development towards a habitable world that gets anywhere near the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. So my conclusions: it's a massive challenge to build the nature positive economy, especially in Middle East and North African countries. We will need accelerated economic diversification away from fossil fuels and towards other new industries, and that's the only way that the region and countries outside the region will maintain their living standards and continue development towards the SDGs. The MENA region has this huge solar resource as an opportunity to put its economy on a completely different foundation. This will require a massive effort of innovation and a clear green orientation to post-COVID investment. And the sooner we start this process, the cheaper the transformation will be. So thank you very much for listening to me. I hope that the rest of your conference is inspiring and gives you the kind of positive energy for a nature positive economy that the world so desperately needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. So I'd just like to remind everybody that we will be providing copies of the presentations after the forum, so you can track the various images and presentations of the speakers. I'd also like to remind you and invite you to share your comments, your questions, your reflections by using the Q&A panel function on your control panel next to you, so that we can then use those to feed into the Q&A sessions we have with speakers, so we can really ask them to address some of the questions and themes that are coming from you. So now we turn to our next speaker, and of course, as we've already heard from Polly and other speakers, it's clearly been a transformational year. We've all been impacted by the pandemic and the profound impact it's had on business and society. So we're now going to explore that further, and I can't think of anyone else better placed to do so than John Atkinson. I'm delighted to can join us, who is the advisor to the Special Envoy for COVID-19 of the WHO Director General. So John, over to you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for those kind words. So I've got a few things I'd like to say this morning, and they fall really into three bundles that I'd like to share. The first is a recap on COVID and what the epidemiology tells us. How does this disease behave? The second is a reveal. What is this showing us about the relationships between business, between society, between health? And what finally are the implications for us as leaders as we navigate this complex space that has been created as a result of the pandemic? So let's look with the recap. Although this is now our second year of COVID-19 and we've learned a lot, we are still learning. And as we go, we notice that the virus shows no sign of abating. Cases continue to grow around the world. We are finding that interpreting 2021 and looking forward is even more complex and tricky and difficult than it was interpreting 2020. Because the epidemiology can be complex. This is a virus that is droplet borne. It's stable. It's not just going to disappear. It sticks around and it mutates. And the mutations that have evolutionary advantage are those variants that spread more easily. In the immediate term, we need to accept that the virus is here to stay, and we need to learn how to live with it in our businesses, in our societies, our health, and our relationship with our environment. So COVID tends to appear in spikes in a really tight geography, maybe as tight as a penal institution or a production plant or a small community. And it's spread by people. People pass the virus from one to another. We've learned that if we stop movement, we stop the spread. But if we cannot control a spike in that very discrete geography to begin with, what we get is a surge, and that is much more difficult. And as these surges build up, they tend to swirl in a rapid increasing number of cases. Our hospitals fill up, the disease is immediately seen to be out of control. In those parts of the world where we can't test easily, lots of people dying is a sure sign that things are going very badly. So lockdown, which has been used, and the term means lots of things in different places, but lockdown, which has been used as a restriction on movement, controls the rate of spread. But what we've noticed is when you release the lockdown, if there's a lot of virus still in the community, then the rate immediately starts to go back up. So without other interventions that are effective, what happens is a seesaw. We see the cases go up, they spike, we close restrictions on movement, we see them come down. And this is what we're seeing in many parts of the world at the moment. Particularly, this is what you're seeing in Western Europe, and it is a nightmare for business, for the economy, and for society as a whole. This is not good news for anybody. But it is possible to avoid this. Virus is the adversary, but the people are the solution. There are some very basic public health things that if we work into everything that we do make a real difference. Physical distancing of 2 meters, mask wearing, proper masks, properly worn, hygiene. We always say hands, face, space, the physical space around us, look after it. Testing, tracing of contacts, isolating those who are infected, and giving support to the vulnerable so that they can. So that we're breaking chains of transmission. When we do these things, we can control the virus, and those countries that have done that very effectively have economies that are thriving. It is wrong to decouple the economy from health. It is never a choice between the two. They are inextricably linked. A word on variants and a word on vaccines. The nature of this virus is it will always mutate. Some of the mutations will be less harmful to us. We'll see less of those. Some may increase the rate of transmission, or the pathogenic nature, or the impact on our nervous systems and our immune responses. Some of these, the vaccine or previous infection, may not give us immunity to. So it's going to require, over the coming year at least, and maybe longer, a high level of alertness as to what is going on, sophisticated testing and updated vaccines. And we're not safe until we're all safe. So how are we going to ensure that the vaccine rollout covers the whole world? So for vaccines as well, let's not assume vaccines are easy things to produce. Globally, manufacturers are struggling. Demand outstrips supply. And if you get a bad batch, you have to destroy the lot. Raw materials, simple things like the glass vials, can be very hard to come by. Where we focus our vaccination policy, whether it's globally, nationally, or locally, will determine quite greatly our course of action. And as talk turns to passports, we must be aware that there can be unintended consequences. Giving people vaccination passports as a means to travel can also create a market in fake vaccines. It can create a market in fake certificates, and we get a whole new level of uncertainty creeping in to what's going on. So that's a brief recap of the world that we live in. What is it revealing about the way that we respond and what we need to do as we go through it? I'd like to give two examples. I'd like to give the difficulty of following a national process of testing and tracing of individuals as an example of how linear responses to this virus can be difficult. And I'd also like to give a business example, an example of meat processing plants and what we've learned about how societal norms impact on business and on the health of the people there. So let us look at a national test and trace system. And the idea with such a system is that you identify cases early, hopefully before they turn up at hospital. But if people turn up at hospital, we know that we've got a case, but ideally through some kind of more large-scale testing process. And we try to find their contacts because then we want them to isolate. So the purpose of this is to break chains of transmission. And what we've seen happen in several places is people set the criteria for this as in terms of numbers of tests carried out, number of people traced. And for a large population, that works really, really well. We know that if we test more people, we find more disease, we're able to trace more contacts, and we get to a better level of intervention. But what does it not do? What it doesn't reach is people for whom being tested and found to be positive is a real social and societal problem. These are people who really need to be in work. Why? Because they have no other means of financial support. Because they are employed on 0 hours contracts, for example, contracts where they're only paid where they show up. There's no sick pay. They're paid in ways that they're called for work on particular days. And if they don't come one day because they say, look, I'm isolating, I've got to look after myself, they don't get called again because they're not reliable. We need somebody who we can trust. They're people working outside the normal economy. They're often people who are marginalized, people who have migrated for work, and the people that they meet and their friends are in the same position. So these people generally avoid being traced. It doesn't do them any good it doesn't do me any good if I'm found to be a case and all my friends and my colleagues are also all not able to work as a result of my case. So a system that finds large numbers of people but misses the groups we really need to reach causes us deep trouble. And to deal with that, or the implication of that, is that we build up large areas of virus that, as the overall national or city figures start to go down in these areas, there's still a real problem. The problem exists because of the way that we employ people, the way that they work, the security that they feel. If we don't create the societal conditions whereby people can isolate, they won't be able to. It's not their fault, and the virus continues to spiral out of control. So we would be hitting the target and missing the point to say that we tested 70% of the population if just 5% were people who we really needed to get to, and those were the people that we couldn't reach. I said I'd also talk about meat processing plants. We noticed quite early on that there were spikes of infection repeatedly occurring around the production and processing of meat products. This was a real problem, and we couldn't work out why. We wondered if it was to do with the cold and whether there was something about the virus in the cold that made a difference. And we think there might be. We think there might be some element of aerosol effect with high pressure water, with feathers, with dust, with dirt, all combining in the atmosphere. But what we noticed most of all was that these production facilities, and there are other production facilities in other settings where these lessons are equally applicable, had crammed increasing numbers of people into a small space in order to up production volumes. We'd got people on insecure contracts, again, only paid if you turn up. They lived together. They had little sick pay. They travelled together, same minibuses, everybody squeezed into the same place going to work. So this was a sector where we were seeing repeated spikes, and then outside the production plant, we were seeing surges of infection, not necessarily where the plant was located, but where the people lived, because they were often commuting a distance to get to their site of work. But we also saw some businesses that really changed this. And they really changed this by doing some basic things really very well. They made face coverings mandatory on site. Whatever the national regulation was at that time, they were saying, if you're working here, you cover your face. They set standards for hand washing and for physical distancing. They put deep cleaning regimes in place. They started to stagger start and finish times of shifts, to stagger breaks, to make sure there were more breakout rooms. So they were changing the environment within which their people worked. They put their employees into what they called pods, groups of people who always worked together. So we limited the transmission between different groups of employees. We put screens between people. We reduced the production speed so that we could spread people out further. And we started to screen people who were coming into work, first by temperature, and then as it becomes available by more sophisticated testing. And most of all, we made sure that our people were employed in a relationship with us that meant that they could go sick and they were expected to isolate. And we saw that as a benefit and as somebody being responsible and contributing to the well-being of the firm if they were doing that. And the result was really quite a profound change in the levels of infection, which meant that by taking care of the health of employees, by looking at the social conditions under which they worked, business continuity was much better, and they were able to keep production volumes higher. So business and society exist in symbiosis. This is a basis of sustainability for us. Business exists and depends on society, and society needs and depends on its businesses. And we need to think about that relationship and not view our enterprises in pure isolation. So the final part of what I wanted to talk about was the leadership lessons that we have taken from looking at the relationship between business, between society, between health, as we look around the world. And there are 6 points particularly that I'd like to bring out. The first is anticipation. I described a seesaw. We close down movement, we restrict people's ability to meet and to mix, numbers go down. We release that, numbers go up. This is going to continue to happen for a while yet. As leaders, watch the numbers. I've seen hospital staff counting cases on pieces of paper and able to spot very early where a rise in cases is happening. There's an exponential rise. We consider a rise that rises very steeply, but the curve begins very gradually and we don't take notice at that point. So anticipate when you're going to be dealing with more difficulty and when you need to act early in order to stop something that's coming to you down the road. Plan, second point, plan for the unknown. There will be variants of concern of this virus that arise. What will that mean? Not just for your particular operation, whether it's public or private, but also for the supply chain that gets you the things that you need. It might be happening in a market that is far away from where you are. It might be affecting the availability of your workforce. So planning for the unknown for us means seeing health as an integral part of your business, and that somebody in the strategic team is watching what is happening in the health environment as you would watch the commercial environment at the same time. See these things as interlinked. It's the same environment. The third thing we've noticed good leaders doing is leading what we would call non-linear, multi-actor approaches. So recognizing this symbiosis between the organization and the other entities in its environment means taking responsibility for the impact that you have on the external world, seeing that as part of your leadership activity, and working with unusual suspects to gather intelligence that helps you speed up your responses. And it really is dependent on many actors outside the normal relationships that most leaders have to make sense of what's happening right now in this environment. That means we can tune our activity to make best effect with what we have. The fourth thing that we would say is strategy is not enough. It needs what we would call adaptogy, an adaptive strategy. So although we keep the end constantly in mind, we need to learn rapidly about what's happening now in our environment. We need to connect to that closely. We need to recognize that often it's our most frontline staff who are closest to what's going on and have intelligence that's valuable to us in our organizations, if only we can reach it. And it's often people outside our organizations who, if we can talk to them, if we can find them, will give us the clues to our strategic response. That leads us to a fifth point. Do not try to remove complexity. People want simple messages right now. People want to say, when will it be over? What will be the date on which I can do this thing that I want to do? See my mother in my case. But we can't make it that simple. The environment is constantly changing and elements of the environment are constantly interacting with each other. So our role as leaders is not to remove this complexity, to make it simple, because we will come unstuck. It will not work for us over time. Instead, we need to offer a commentary that frames each challenge, decides the question that needs answering, and makes alliances with others to say, how will we together answer these questions to shape our way forward? And that leads me to the final point, that diversity is an advantage. When you are trying to make sense of a lot of information from multiple sources, from a rapidly changing environment, a single viewpoint is insufficient. Several people who come from the same community, looking at the problem, will see it largely in the same way. And we need better information than that if we're going to work effectively in balancing the needs of business, health, and society. So there is still some way to go, in our view, before the world is what we would describe as COVID ready, able to identify spikes and stop them becoming surges that spiral out of control. If we're to do that, it needs a honeycomb response, a honeycomb that weaves together community, individuals, local governments, national governments, global governments, with business, with health, with government, with not-for-profit organizations. This is not something that any of us can create individually. Solidarity now really matters.
Great, thank you very much, John. So now we're going to have a brief poll where it'd be great to get your take on what you're hearing so far. So the poll will come up in right now. And the other thing I'd just like to do in the meantime is to remind you that you have some handouts which are available on your control panel, which have a list of the speakers' biographies and also the agenda, so you can track that. So yeah, so please, when the poll comes up, do please use that.
مش عارفة بصت مرة طالع.
Great. So yes, so if you could be completing the poll, please, that would be terrific. And then also, if you could also continue to share your questions. We've had some good questions coming through shortly. We'll be looking at, because we'll next be going into the CEO panel, where we'll be looking at what does leadership look like for companies. We'll then be joined by 3 of our speakers to discuss your questions before we then go into the break. So if you could, yes, look at complete the poll, and let's see the responses that we've been having so far. So as you can see here, it's around what sort of level of change do you think is needed? Is it small changes to the current business models? Is it significant change for certain industries, or is it actually transformational change that's needed? So I'll just give you a few more seconds just to complete that. We've had a good good response so far. Just give you a few more seconds, and then we'll see what you've voted for. Just give you a few more seconds there. Okay, so if we could now see the poll results, let's see what you've said. So it looks like we've got the responses are in, and I can see that 4% say that only of you think that small changes are needed across value chains in order to tackle some of these systemic challenges that we're seeing. 19% of you think that there's going to be significant change, but just for certain industries affected. But the vast majority of you, 78%, think that transformation is required across business and society. And so that's really interesting that we can see the level of challenge that that there is, but also, as Polly was saying, that great opportunity for businesses and government to respond to this and shape the future that we all want. So now we are going to move into our next session, where we'll be hearing from business leaders and exploring what does resilience and success look like for corporations. Hello, so now we have our CEO panel, where we will be exploring further some of the themes that have emerged this morning already, and particularly looking at what does this mean for business success and business resilience. So already this morning we've seen from the speakers so far, Paul and John, that we see this interconnectedness between health, society, business, and nature, and this interrelationship between them. We can see that it's complex. So I think this suggests that really businesses are this sort of network of inputs and outputs, stakeholders, and value creation on which financial value creation is dependent. We saw that in August 2019, the Business Roundtable, the not-for-profit representing America's biggest companies, suggested a different purpose for the corporation. Rather than just maximizing value for shareholders, that the role of business was to generate value for a range of stakeholders, from suppliers, customers, employees, and so on. And perhaps this might be the key to resilience, is enabling those stakeholders, that network that businesses are reliant upon, in order to deliver resilience and commercial success. So we're going to be exploring that during this session. I'm delighted that we're joined by 3 leaders who are able to provide their insights from different perspectives on what that relationship between resilience, sustainability and commercial success looks like, but also what are some of the challenges and where's this agenda going next. So I'm delighted to be able to introduce Paul Pomeroy, who is the Chief Executive of McDonald's UK. We're also joined by Luis Neves, who is CEO of the Global Sustainability Initiative, or E-Sustainability Initiative, known as GESI, which is a European organisation looking at the role of technology in delivering a sustainable future. And also we're joined by Ibrahim Al-Zubi, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at Majid Al Futtaim Holdings in Dubai. So I'm really delighted. Welcome, gentlemen. So I'd like to, first of all, invite you to share your initial reflections before we then open that up into a conversation, explore some of the themes that have been coming through so far. So Paul, I wonder if I could turn to you to invite you to share your initial reflections, please.
Yeah, thanks, Ben, and good morning, everyone. And the themes that are coming through are really relevant for McDonald's, as we've discussed previously, Ben, in terms of trying to align strategy to our purpose. And I think in the past, as you've said, businesses saw their purpose as shareholder value only in terms of creating financial shareholder value in terms of finance. But I think as we've started to grapple with this as McDonald's, I think showing that as a business, you truly have a higher purpose. And one of the things that we've been looking at is how do you truly align strategy to that purpose, and making sure that you're a brand that comes across as someone that firstly that cares about the environment and sustainability of the environment in which you operate. I mean, we're a business in the UK alone that serves 4 million customers per day. So we have a huge reach into a customer base. And then secondly, how do you link trust to differentiate yourselves as a brand? I think in the past, Ben, as you look back over time, I think some of these areas were points of differentiation, but now I think they're the green keys to being seen as a business that is credible, and certainly with a business that as the end customer as a touch point is really important for us to make sure that we are seen as a credible business. We've been working over the last year in the UK to look at different frameworks and working on how do we bring trust and sustainability together, and try and really simplify it internally for what is being seen as what is the right thing to do. I mean, some of the proof points are things like bringing in electric chargers facilities into our drive-throughs. We have over 1,000 drive-throughs in the UK alone, and trying to link the need for electric car charging across the network of our drive-throughs into the customer is something we've been looking at. Things we've done in the past that again were kind of more trailblazing in the past, but now again being seen as the need and the requirement for business to move forward. Things like biodiesel, all of our delivery fleet runs on biodiesel. So trying to create a more moral higher ground for us to operate as a business is important. I think being seen as a brand that cares, Ben, about the environment in which we operate. We talk a lot about communities. For McDonald's, we have over 200 franchisees in the UK that operate in their local communities, owning around 6 or 7 restaurants each. And it's really important for them to sit in that community and feel comfortable about the way in which McDonald's operates. So I think for us, we see that the next 5 years is going to be operating at a higher level, trying to use the world's natural resources in a better way, but also being more open about where we still got work to do. And I think some of the sort of areas we'll discuss later around how do we partner with governments in a different way, how do we show up differently to be part of the solution, like we've done before in other areas of complexity. But I think brands like McDonald's need to be more prominent in showing up and being part of that solution looking forward.
Super, Paul. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, and because I think there is an issue around how business is perceived. I mean, I think the Edelman Trust Barometer showed some interesting insights, didn't it? That it was suggesting that globally, 56% of the population think that the current form of capitalism is doing more harm than good. But equally, businesses were seen as one of the most trusted and competent actors in society as well. So I think a really interesting opportunity there for business, but equally to demonstrate that they're part of the solution in order to build that trust. Paul, thank you very much indeed. So, Ibrahim, I wonder if I could now turn to you and invite you to share some of your insights and some of what you've learned from the Majid Al Futtaim Holdings perspective, please.
Thank you very much, Ben, and building on Paul's introduction as well. As we move towards recovery, the business community is rethinking how it can build back better to improve sustainability over the long term. And this has been being discussed in the boardrooms and among executive teams, as well as in Majid Futtaim. To do this, we need to get away as a point of principle to start with from the thought process that the business of business is business, and to think of a long-term sustainable model. A shift in mindset is underway, and we're witnessing it. We are rethinking the global stakeholder ecosystem, moving away from a system of shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism. Stakeholder capitalism is fundamentally, by default, good business. So business that do not factor in these issues will be less resilient, less agile going forward. Their ability, such businesses, to attract capital, talent, and the customers will diminish significantly. The private sector has a big and important responsibility in driving this forward, in helping to shape and change the way we engage as businesses with all stakeholders, particularly as we recover from the pandemic from COVID-19. In Majid Al Futtaim, we recently announced our commitment to reporting against the 21 stakeholder capitalism metrics defined by the World Economic Forum's IBC under 4 main pillars: people, planet, prosperity, and principles of governance. This means that Majid Al Futtaim, among other benchmarks that we already use, will be able to benchmark progress on sustainability matters against companies and industries around the world. The last 12 months also demonstrated how businesses can and have adapted for the good of society, with organizations reconsidering their purpose and adjusting the needs of the communities they serve and they operate in. At Majid Futtaim, for example, we rapidly looked at our internal stakeholder, our internal community, where we rapidly redeployed more than 1,000 people from our cinema business, which was closed due to the pandemic for some time, to our online grocery and retail business in Carrefour, to help make sure that, one, there is no disruption to this critical service industry during the lockdown, as well as maintaining such important stakeholder, our own employees, for their jobs and for their purpose within the community.
Terrific, thank you. Yes, and I think there's a couple of themes there, Ibrahim. One is the connection with agility, isn't there? So that, as you've demonstrated there, that agility to move staff from one part of the business to another, and I suspect as we face into other systemic challenges, that agility is really powerful, and the relationship with purpose, if purpose can actually help provide the guidance and direction to enable that. Terrific. Well, thank you very much indeed. Louise, it'd be great to hear from your perspective and Jesse's perspective on some, if you could share some initial insights, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. So, as I mentioned, so Jesse is a global digital organization, and of course we represent our members, and we need to understand how can we better help our member companies to drive a more sustainable world with a purpose. In that relation, what we have been doing is try to understand what are the major global challenges that any business is facing right now. And we have been talking here a lot about climate change, but as we analyze the impacts of our industry, we came to the conclusion that there are additional challenges which are common to other industries, but some of them are particular to our own industry. And so while climate change or resource scarcity, biodiversity are, let's say, common issues like or increasing population, increasing inequalities, we see areas where our industry is really facing kind of additional challenges like the role of artificial intelligence and disruptive technologies, the rights to privacy and security, and the overall issue about consumption. So taking this into account, what we have been trying to understand is that what is the role of a business association in terms of helping its members and business really to drive business with purpose, address the challenges, address the criticalities, at the same time using the opportunities. And in that regard, we have been focusing on a couple of areas which we defined them as the key priority areas for the next 5 years, being one, leadership in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals agenda, as digital technologies will be playing a fundamental role in shaping that agenda. We need to partner for digital transformation. This means how do we interact with other sectors or industry sectors. And of course, there are the two other issues that are extremely important connected with our technologies, which one of them we call the enabling rights, which has a strong human rights component, and the overall issue about trust and responsibility. So we need to create an environment whereby people trust digital technologies. As we all know, as digital technologies and artificial intelligence is developing, we are seeing people more scared about technology. So we need to create an environment whereby we really better inform people, we are more transparent, and by doing that, we ensure a level of trust within people and within communities. And so in this regard, we, as a thought leadership type of organization, we have been working together with our members, with other stakeholders, to better understand the impacts and the opportunities. And since 2007, 2008, we have been producing a set of reports looking at all these components. I will focus on our latest report that was called Digital with Purpose, that was published at the end of 2019 during the UN General Assembly. We've done this report together with Deloitte and over 150 experts working with us globally to try to understand what is the role of these new digital technologies, such as digital access, fast internet, cloud technology, Internet of Things, cognitive technology, digital reality or virtual reality, blockchain. And so we, taking all of these technologies in our research, we try to relate or correlate these technologies with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and its 169 targets to try to understand what is the positive impact and which are the areas which are critical. And the conclusion of our report, let's say broadly speaking, was that digital technologies will impact positively 22% of the 17 SDGs, and 23% of them, technologies will reverse the downtrend of those 23% of them. This from now up to 2030. We also analyzed the impact of digital also in terms of what would be the business value of driving a sustainable agenda, and we came to a figure of 6 trillion euros per year, which is significant. So it's a very good message for business and creates the business case for digital companies and other sectors to invest in digital to create a more sustainable world. The thing is, we cannot achieve this alone, so we need to work together with other industries. There is a need for cooperation to achieve these results. The other thing is that it's not all good. So as these digital technologies are helping to drive a more sustainable world, we also came to the conclusion that we have some downtrends in our industry that we need to address. And in that regard, what we decided to do, it was to start what we call a movement, the Digital with Purpose movement, whereby we are now developing a framework that is, I call it a race to the top. This is not a normal set of developing indicators. This is about how can we drive a more sustainable world in a competitive way, using sustainability as a key driver to make a transformational impact in 2030. So this is more or less how do we see things evolving, and this is the way that we as a business organization try to connect or interconnect business with purpose to ensure that we get our industry, but not only, also the verticals that work with us to create an environment using business for making profit, creating a sound environment, and making this world more sustainable and sound.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Because yes, as we've seen during the pandemic, like many things, it's accelerated a number of trends. And of course, technology has been critical, hasn't it? As we're demonstrating right now, we can't actually meet in Dubai. We're all meeting virtually, enabled by technology, and what a transformational effect it's had. And clearly, technology could both accelerate unsustainable trends as well as provide step changes to deliver the SDGs. So really helpful to see how the work you're doing can help involve tech companies who often, I think, are great at building solutions, but often don't know where to point those solutions at. And so to connect that with what's almost the problem finding, where are those systemic opportunities to direct those tech solutions at, feels like a really important bridging role to be played. Super. Well, thank you for sharing your initial thoughts and giving us plenty to explore. I thought one of the things that came through again there was trust, how underpinning trust for business and society was critical. One of the things we did just before the end of last year was did some work with 4 other leading companies, so people like Unilever, DSM, Interface, and IKEA, and explored how did they go about developing and integrating a purpose that was a commercial purpose and that was delivering sustainable outcomes. And what we found was they were doing kind of 2 things really. One is they took an outside-in view. So they actually said, look, how is the world fundamentally changing around us? So looking at systemic trends like climate change and inequality and so on. And how was that impacting their markets, categories, and segments? The second thing they did is they took an inside-out perspective. So really consulted colleagues and found out what are we really good at? What are our core capabilities as a business? And then they revisited their strategy and purpose in the light of those, and were using that sort of external trends and their core capabilities to really answer the question, how can they benefit society, and therefore really demonstrate and provide profitable solutions to benefit society in that context, and identifying what they sometimes call purpose domains. So, for example, DSM identified, as a big chemicals company, nutrition and decarbonisation and the circular economy, for example, as purpose domains they could use their core competence to deliver that. And in doing so, potentially unlock big growth markets in the future as well. So I think that was some of the things that we saw coming through in that from that finding. So I just want to maybe open up the conversation then, exploring that link that Paul, you mentioned as well, I think all 3 of you did, is that relationship then between purpose, strategy, sustainability and resilience. So how do you see that aligning those can, with systemic trends, can create resilience and commercial success? I wonder if any of you have some initial reflections on that from maybe your own experience. Paul, yes, over to you.
Yeah, well, so for us, Ben, obviously our customers come to McDonald's for great tasting food and drink, and I think since Ray Kroc, our founder, brought the McDonald's business, I think that's not changed. Obviously, what has changed is some of the stuff that both Ibrahim and Lewis talked about in terms of the way in which customers access your brand is very different, and obviously the digital transformation is incredible in terms of how customers access you is very different now to where it was, say, even 5 years ago, and the pandemic has really fast forwarded that, and we're a brand that was multi-channel, is multi-channel, and whether that's through drive-through, delivery, but also through our own app and using technology. But also technology plays a massive role within McDonald's further back down the supply chain into farms. I think sometimes people don't look at farming as a digitally enabled business, but farming is very digital now in terms of trying to assess and look at what's the best way to improve not only the sustainability but also the output from farming, from dairy herds to beef cattle. A lot of our farmers and a lot of the stuff that we do with farmers is to get them more sustainable and increase the output. Obviously, our role is to make sure that the land in which we use is looked after, and I think using digital technology to do that is important. The other thing that's changed a huge amount is the role in which, the kind of way in which you're thought about as a business and the openness. I mean, digital now allows customers to access information about your brand that was never there before in terms of being as open as we are. So I think making sure that you walk the talk at every level, Ben, is really important, and being able to feel good, as I said at the start, about how you are showing up as a brand and behaving, and how you're connecting and joining those dots is critical. I think businesses that don't join those dots, I mean, you talk about a couple of big businesses that are very at the front of this work in terms of Unilever, which we've looked at as well, but businesses that don't lean into this will become the Kodaks of the current era in terms of being no more. I think the days of sort of waiting for stuff to happen have gone. You've got to lean in, and as business leaders, we've got to move forward quicker. And it's a real issue for businesses that we need to join together. And I think hopefully today we can explore how there's certain areas you compete on with your competition, but there's other areas where around things like straws and stuff where customers don't come to us for paper straws. It's important that we can work on that together. In areas where there's crossover, we can work together as business, because that's not where we compete.
Yeah, thank you. And one of the things I'd be interested to know is, do you feel there's been a change that you've seen in expectations of your consumers, of what they're expecting from the business and the brand? Have you noticed a trend over the last few years, Paul?
Look, as a dad of two young boys, I've got two boys, one of 9 and one of 6. I've seen a huge shift in just school-age children. I mean, I think we got curious children of 6 years old. We got rightly so, they're very curious about the environment. My youngest, who's 6, is an environment officer at his school. So I think as young as the age of 6 now, forget about the brand McDonald's, I think school children now are being educated, rightly so, from a very young age about looking after the planet. And I think that's really important. And when we're out and about in our local environment ourselves, as with my 2 sons, they look at stuff through a very much of a lens of the environment and who's looking after the environment. And they're very quick to tell me when McDonald's litter is seen when we're on our walk, and that's not good, Daddy. So I think the expectations of brands now from our customers, but also society at large, whether they're customers of McDonald's or not, rightly so, the expectations of brands like McDonald's has risen.
Right, yes, because we're very much in that sort of nowhere to hide culture, aren't we? The idea that businesses had a boundary that they could control what messages went across that boundary have now very much gone, haven't they? And that there's sort of that nowhere to hide. Lewis, I wonder if, from your perspective, I know you've done work with tech companies and so on around this whole role that getting their purpose and strategy right is really critical. I wonder, are there, and through the Digital with Purpose report, I think you highlight a number of really interesting cases there. Any particular insights you would add, maybe from a tech company or a business using tech, on where you see some of the opportunities to align their purpose and strategy around?
Good. Let me start with a quite bold statement. In my business life, I never understood why CEOs are not paying attention to sustainability. And the reason why I'm saying this is that everything that we touch with the sustainability mindset and the sustainability perspective generates value. Almost, I could say 100%. So when I was Chief Sustainability Officer of my company, Deutsche Telekom in Germany, I was looking to, the different range of issues from, climate change, energy consumption, supply chain impacts, the circular economy, take back from mobile phones, whatever we would touch, it would generate a value. Only on deploying more sustainable approach to network infrastructure I could reduce, 100 million euros in energy consumption per year. But if you talk about a big company that makes billions and trillions, so 100 million seems nothing. It's a lot of money, right? So, and that would pay for all my team all over the year. So, anyway, so from a Jazzy perspective, from a business perspective, from a business association perspective, what we try to bring to our members is exactly this dimension. Show them how technology can drive, and digital technologies, which is our core business, can drive really a better world, a more resilient world, and a more profitable world through a sustainability approach. So once you deploy technology for energy efficiency, for smart agriculture, health, so mobility, logistics. In our reports, what we have shown is that once you deploy those technologies, you generate a huge benefit. In our Smarter 2030 report that we published in 2015, we came to the conclusion that digital technologies could reduce 20% of the global emissions. So 20% of the global emissions, we're talking about trillions of business value for the companies only by having a sustainable approach to energy management and CO2 emissions, without mentioning any other sector. And so this is the way that I think we have the business case there. So there is no reason for companies not to embrace sustainability as a business driver. You could think about the different areas I mentioned. Climate change and energy, but you can mention whatever area from mobility, logistics, and so on. All of those areas, when you apply digital solutions, you get the benefit. And so there is a need to embrace this very fast, because this is what will be transforming the world. There is no single business in the future that will not be using digital technologies, and they will be increasing in terms of deployment in different sectors. If you look at COVID and the situation that we are living, if we would not have technology, we would be at odds in our lives. And that's a demonstration. I'm not saying that everything is good with this situation where we stay at home. Many things are happening that are going in the wrong direction. But again, technology can help to solve the solution, can keep kids at schools, can inform people, can connect us, can resolve many of our problems, can support the financial world, the global infrastructure. So we need to understand that, and with the developments in artificial intelligence, more solutions for health, for education, we will see these technologies to be fundamental to create a sustainable environment and a more resilient environment in the world.
Great, thanks. Yes, because often I think what we're talking about here across both technology, the systemic trends we're looking at, is actually we're talking about rapid exponential change, aren't we? That even the technology we have today is really just early stages compared to some of the transformational technologies we're seeing in the very near future, as we are the impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, and so on. And I think one part of the challenges, it seems to me, is that partly we haven't been used to that. We've been used to relatively incremental, stable changes in all of our lifetimes, but we're not used to thinking about exponential change and how they interact. And so I think part of the challenge for boards is that often businesses tend to think of the digital strategy over there, sustainability strategy over there, the commercial strategy over there, and they're potentially missing that opportunity to bring those together and see how do they interact, how can we use those to shift our business model, drive innovation and capture more value and open up new markets. Because often I hear businesses talking as if it's sort of making, how do we incrementally reduce our current negative impacts, which is great and can reduce a lot of business, a lot of costs. But what that's missing is potentially the opportunities that these big systemic changes are creating to open up new markets. Ibrahim, I wonder anything. Ibrahim, anything you want to sort of add from your perspective on the question of? You mentioned the work you've been doing on strategy.
Well, just to add to what my esteemed colleagues mentioned, and they covered it really well. But I believe that one important shift that needs to occur for businesses is to reframe the sustainability strategies away from recognizing the risks presented by issues such as climate change, and we should move towards implementing solutions. This is such an important issue, because In the run-up now to COP26, the focus on climate change has never been greater as ever, and businesses that fall behind on their environmental issues will face increased pressure. Now, we all agree there is a disruption, there is a change. We look at consumers that are started to look at brands that are making the world cleaner, healthier, resilient. We talk about the millennials. These are the workforce, not only the consumers, but they do look at more resilient and equitable companies to buy or work for. And also, while they balance at the same time all these things, while also craving the convenience of a pre-COVID world. Also, the focus on sustainable consumption is growing, and it's growing globally, where consumers become, first of all, more aware, more environmentally conscious, more well-being conscious, and they don't look at and judge. They're no longer judging and look at businesses on their sustainability policies alone. The whole ecosystem is being scrutinized. For example, like when it comes to environment, in Majid Al-Futtaim, we look at beyond net zero commitment. So we believe that net zero is not enough. We need to be bold on net positive, which giving more the environment more than we take. So we looked at our environmental negative impact, and we said, okay, in carbon and water, we need to be net positive by 2040. Now, regardless we achieve it or not, we are transparent with our stakeholders on how to achieve net positive, where we look at climate change mitigation, adaptation, as well as R&D on RECs, off-site generation, on-site generations, putting policies in place, look at buildings as a whole ecosystem, thinking of it as beyond than a big building. Also, we need to understand also to improve as businesses on not only in the long term. Having a commitment, for example, when it comes to environment and climate action, net zero is good, but also having a short-term target. So sustainability and climate action is beyond long term. Yes, we're looking at Paris Agreement. We need to look at Paris Agreement right now and the commitment there and beyond. We also we see a shift in regulatory landscape. So we see international bodies, we see access to capital, we see governments coming up with regulations. We look at we started looking at ESG, not only sustainability reporting, but investors and shareholders and in banks now look at ESG as well as consumers, which is environment, social, and governance within comments, which I believe this is also an evolution of the sustainability discussion. So we need as businesses to start talking about sustainability commitments and strategies the same way we talk about AI, the same way we talk about digital, the same way as we are shifting, like the businesses are shifting from brick and mortar to online or a hybrid. Sustainability is the best platform. It's not a nice thing to do anymore, and we're all aware of that. What we need to do is we need to look at the actionable long-term and short-term targets and how it is impacted the business strategy to start with. What's the links of this and the input, the return on investment of this to the business strategies, and most importantly, we must link it to a global standards such as the SDGs. Louis talked about the SDGs. We have 17 sustainable development goals as the best targets and key performance indicators for any stakeholder, being a government or a civil society or a company. We need to start talking about these things from a solution and business perspective. Also, when you talk about AI and digital, and I'm looking forward to read the report that Louis talked about, but also when you talk about AI and smart and digital, it is by default a great enabler to achieve a sustainable business. You look at your carbon emissions reduction, you look at accessibility, you look at blockchain, for example, for transparency, as well as for sharing information, fair trade with the end user, either be it a consumer or with a producer. So we have, better than ever, a lot of low-hanging fruits to work with. The only thing is we as businesses, we need to start thinking of a whole holistic approach, but because guess what? Consumers started to to think of it as a whole structure. They look at your triple bottom line approach to whatever product you're selling or whatever product you're sharing with.
Super. Thank you. Yeah, and I think that really helps to bring all those different, strands together rather than say looking at them in isolation. Paul, you want to add before we moved on?
Yeah, it's just that going back to what Lewis said about the way in which CEOs think about business now. I think what we're trying to do here at McDonald's is not have a strategy that is sustainability. It's about trying to create a different culture and a different purpose. I think operating with a culture that is everything has to go through the lens of being sustainable and operating at a different level of purpose is what we've been working on over the last year or so. The pandemic's fast forwarded that. We've seen a lot of the future elements around digital and stuff, but I think trying to get that you move it from being a strategy that sits on its own to being literally the culture, the compass, obviously, by which we guided by across the whole business model, from our farmers to our franchisees to our crew in our restaurants, right the way up to head office in the boardroom here. It needs to be a cultural shift as opposed to a strategic template, if that makes sense.
Yeah, terrific.
Ben, if you would allow me to say one thing, and what I'm saying is not addressed to my colleagues in the panel. One of the things that I see the need for is that there is a need to move from lip service to real action in this conversation, because what we have been seeing in the context of our digital with purpose movement, as we are developing a framework with different stakeholders. So we are working with Cambridge, as you know, with CDP and with other organizations to make the process very transparent. And as we are going to test the indicators with our companies before announcing them, what we have been seeing is that suddenly the companies get scared what we have in place. So when we talk about net zero, is a nightmare. Companies say, okay, net zero 2050, and when we start to ask where you are, when we test the framework that we developed, we see a level of, let's say, non-compliance with conversation that is already out from the companies, that is terrifying, actually. So there are two things here. One is about moving from lip service to action. The other thing is about transparency and about communicating really what companies are doing, because companies are putting many promises outside. The question is how those promises will realize. And because there is no accountability in the process, there is only conversation. There is no body that really checks what those companies are promising. It's really not taking us and taking business to lead the way to a more sustainable world that Ibrahim was talking about. And COP is very good, and every single COP you see lots of promises. The question is how many of those promises have come to fruition and to reality. So we need to start as business also to walk the talk and ensure the credibility that we need and the trust that Paul was talking about.
Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, and I think that really highlights, as Polly was talking about, as we enter this decisive decade, and as consumers, investors get much smarter and equipped with that transparency to really see how holding businesses to account in their commitments. Well, amazingly, we've run out of time. It's flown past. I knew it would. So thank you very much indeed for helping to explore the implications for businesses to really be able to thrive and remain resilient and successful, and really linking. I was really struck by that term trust. How trust just really underpins actually all business, doesn't it? And unpacking what that can look like. So Ibrahim, Lewis, and Paul, thank you very much indeed for your time. It's been great to share your insights. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pleasure. Bye.
Bye for now. Great. So we've clearly covered a lot of ground already this morning, and now we are joined by our speakers. So I'd like to welcome them here with us this morning. So we've got around about 10 minutes until midday when we'll have our break. So just to digest some of those insights we've had this morning. So yes, thank you very much indeed for your thoughts this morning, gentlemen. So it's nice to see you, Paul, Lewis, and John. We've had some great questions starting to come through already from the audience, and I think clearly there's this relationships come through clearly between nature, society, and business, and this idea of sort of trust and transparency really underpinning a lot of that. We've had a great question, which is, what do you see as being some of the top 3 ways in which business can influence positive change towards the SDGs? So I think a number of you in your conversations outlined some areas. I wonder, would either of you like to initially kick off with maybe where you're seeing some particular opportunities for business to contribute towards the SDGs?
Well, I'm happy to kick off. Hello, everybody.
Thanks,
if you'd like me to. Well, I mean, I think the most important thing, and I think we're beginning to see that already, is that business is recognizing that the SDGs are its business. And, you know, we come in some of our societies from a kind of tradition that was saying, and certainly I was taught this when I was studying economics, that the business of business is business. In other words, business just stick to their knitting and then let society get on with regulation and pursuing purpose outside business in its own way. I think we've realized now that our societies are much too interconnected and interactive with both the societies in which they're embedded, but also with the natural environment from which they draw their resources. And the SDGs, of course, are the most sophisticated and ambitious expression of societal purpose and aspiration. And I'm terribly encouraged by the way increasingly businesses recognize that actually the SDGs are their business, and that their business will flourish when the society in which they're embedded flourishes in terms of moving towards those SDGs, and when they start treating the environment, and obviously this is something that has to go beyond business, but when they started treating the environment as if this is really their home, and that this is an absolutely essential aspect of them being able to do healthy business in the future.
Great, thanks, Paul. Yes, you say, and a huge opportunity, isn't there, for businesses to create value by delivering the SDGs. Lewis, can I bring you in? You work closely with companies, and of course the huge crucial role that innovation plays. Lewis, what's your take on where do you see some of those key opportunities for business?
Well, Ben, thank you for the question, and it's I mentioned in my participation in the panel that we have been working a lot to understand the intersection between technology and sustainable development and the 17 SDGs. And in our latest report, the Digital with Purpose report, we looked into that very carefully. So we spent 7 months of research to try to understand what technology can do in relation to the 17 SDGs and 169 targets. And we came to a very promising conclusion, I would say. Technology would impact 22% of the SDGs directly, so it would have a quite significant impact, and it could reverse 23% of the downtrend of many of them. So not everything is going well. So Paul was talking about the SDGs and its importance. The fact is they are a fantastic framework, but there is still a lot that needs to be done, and not everything is going well. So technology can help a lot here in every single one of the SDGs. But we saw a strong correlation in 22% of them, and that reduction of the negative impact in the 23% of them. What I think is that the SDGs need to be taken very, very seriously by business. Although they were designed for countries, I do agree with Paul. They are now leading framework for companies. And that's why in our Digital with Purpose movement, we decided now to align the Digital with Purpose framework with the SDGs. So we are developing a set of ambitions indicators for the companies to really achieve the ambition of realizing the SDGs. So we designed the framework in 3 layers. One is the purpose, so to align the purpose of corporations with the SDGs. The second layer is about to understand how digital technologies can minimize their negative impacts. And by negative impacts, I'm talking about climate change, so circular economy, supply chain, digital inclusion, and privacy and security. Those areas are areas of concern that business need to change from the negative conversation to the positive conversation. And finally, it's about the enabling capacity of technologies. So when we designed the matrix between different technologies and the 17 SDGs, we came to the conclusion that in many areas, innovations in digital technologies will make an extraordinary impact on the SDGs. I'm talking about, of course, climate change, energy, natural capital, human rights, education, health and well-being, and so on and so on. So again, and just to confirm, I'm fully aligned with Paul, SDGs is a fantastic framework, but we need to take it very seriously.
Great, thank you. Yes, and I think understanding what that that network that businesses are part of will of course vary depending on the sector, the geographies they operate in, and then hope you can see some of those opportunities, how technology can be used to. John, I'd be interested, you've done a lot of thinking about the connections between health and leadership as you shared in your talk. Are there any other sort of opportunities, or do you feel implications for business leadership, if I can put it in that way, that really strike you?
Well, picking up on the SDG point, because it is a fantastic framework, the first thing that I would say on that is not seeing the SDGs as something separate to business, but an essential part of the environment in which business operates. Because as I said in the talk, all businesses operate in symbiosis with an environment. You can't pretend that not only the human environment, but the natural environment around you is something separate. And so the quality of that connection really matters. But where I would take it is to say, as we push further into the natural environment in which we live, in which we look for our resources, we increase the likelihood of events like we've seen over the last year taking place. We increase the likelihood of viruses crossing the zoonotic divide. There are millions of viruses that we've never come across, and the more we push into this space, the more likely we are to face disruption in the future. So instead of seeing SDGs as something separate to business, they're an absolutely critical part of the environment in which business must operate. And for me, I think it's a mistake to take the SDGs separately and to say, well, we're going to focus on SDG 2 or SDG 12 or whatever. The SDGs were designed as an interlinked thing because connections really matter and relationships really matter. So I've seen over the last years, not just countries, but subnational governments, cities, regions of countries saying, okay, we're going to build our whole strategy around the SDGs. These are the things that any reasonable and decent organization would focus on, and I think that applies just as well to business. This is a superb framework for looking at how you sit in relationship to your environment and what are the things that you need to build into your strategy in order that you can be sustainable into the future.
Yes, and I think one of the powerful things of the SDG is it allows a common language across sectors, doesn't it? It's not just for business or just for government or NGOs, but it allows that common language. Super. Well, gentlemen, unfortunately, we've run out of time. Again, it's zipped past, but thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning and sharing your insights. I think it's given us a great deal of food for thought as we work through it. So thank you very much indeed. So we'll be now taking a break and for 15 minutes. And so if you could all leave the software running, and then we'll just come back in 15 minutes, fully refreshed, ready for our next session, which will be looking at the whole role of non-financial reporting and what this means for disclosure for businesses moving forward. So gentlemen, again, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Richard.
Good morning, Paul. How are you?
All right, thank you. A bit early in the morning, but there we are.
It is. It's the first time I've worn a jacket for a while as well.
It doesn't feel right wearing a tie in front of the screen, though.
No, it really doesn't. Okay. Are you still there, Paul?
Yep.
Yeah. Have they turned your webcam off as well?
I can see Doers Virtual Sustainability Week.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. They've turned our webcams off.
Yeah.
We're now joined by two other speakers for our next session. So just to recap, we've heard a lot already from His Excellency around all the work that Dee was doing and to transform the business. We've heard from Polly Cortis how we're entering into the decisive decade. We've heard from Paul Ekins about the crucial relationship between business and nature. We've heard from John Atkinson around the relationship between the pandemic, health, business and society. And we've heard from CEOs around the transformational role that business can play in enabling all of these solutions. So now we'll be moving into our next session, which is really looking at trying to decode all of this new jargon and language around how businesses are disclosing progress. So from ESG to TCFD, decoding the new language of business. What's come through really clearly already is the network of how businesses are networks, and that transparency is critical to building trust and demonstrating performance. It's often thought that investors are just interested in financial returns, but in research, Bob Ekins, in his Harvard Business Review article in 2019, they did research with 70 executives from 43 global institutional investors, and what they found was that for those leaders, senior leaders, ESG or environment, society and governance was right at the top of their agenda. So clearly investors are well aware of this agenda. So, but what does all this mean, and why are investors interested? Why are regulators paying attention to this, and what does all this mean for business? Well, I'm delighted to be joined by two experts to help us navigate this territory. We're joined by Richard Barrett. Welcome, Richard, who helped to explain these concepts. Richard's Chief Sustainability Officer at Earth Capital and was previously at ABN AMRO and has lots of experience in this area. We're also joined by Dr. Paul Fisher. Welcome, Paul. And he'll be explaining why regulators and investors are increasingly looking at and turning to non-financial reporting. After 26 years at the Bank of England, where he was also a member of the Monetary Policy Committee, he's now returning to his academic roots and is really exploring as visiting professor at the London Institute of Banking and Finance. So welcome, gentlemen. Richard, if I could maybe turn to you first. As I say, there's this sort of bewildering number of terms that's being used. I wonder if you could maybe give us some initial, help us out here, if you can help some decode this sort of alphabet soup of terms, please.
Yes, well, good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. Look, I'll give a bit of the history of how these terms have developed. I mean, you know, environmental, social, and governance integration, ESG, has been around for a while in terms of both business decision making and disclosure and reporting. And I think, you know, we've seen a growing demand for disclosure around issues like climate risk, which started, I guess, with voluntary initiatives like the Carbon Disclosure Project, and then that moved into water disclosure and then forestry footprint. So, and we're seeing those disclosures being made increasingly mandatory with the development of, say, TCFD, the Task Force for Climate Financial Disclosure, and now the emerging Task Force for Nature-related Financial Disclosure networks. And sort of taking that a step further, what we're increasingly seeing are science-based targets, which are trying to drive climate action in the private sector by enabling companies to set emissions-based reduction targets in line with the Paris emission targets. And if you look on, I looked on their website yesterday, and they said 1,274 businesses are already taking action with science-based initiatives. 647 have already set science-based targets, and I think quite a staggering 447 businesses have set a business ambition to align their activities to a 1.5 Celsius temperature cap. So we're seeing a lot of action around this, and I think there are four sort of principal drivers, and I'll look at it from those four perspectives. One is an evolving materiality around, changing economic risk and opportunity. The second are changing investor expectations. I think we then see new regulatory interventions, and a fourth perspective is obviously increasing government ambitions. And if I start off with materiality and the evolving materiality, the economic landscape is really changing, particularly around areas like climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and other social factors like diversity and inclusion. And if you look for manifestations of that, I mean, increasing litigation, particularly in the area of climate, is one manifestation of that. And I think also it's this increasing recognition of a positive link, a correlation between how companies manage these ESG issues and their financial performance. And there's a host of both academic and business research that confirms that link. And you can see it playing out in stock market performance. So in a sense now, when we talk about business responsibility, we're not just talking about it being driven by reputational or social license to operate concerns, but also by financial returns and expectations. I mean, it makes fiduciary sense for businesses to be doing this. And so that's their real incentive to do it and disclose. And investors are picking this up, the second perspective. I mean, they're looking for increasing evidence of board fluency around these issues, how management are actually adapting their strategy and trying to mitigate the risk. They're looking for integration of climate change challenges and opportunities into business models, setting of outcomes, setting of commitments, particularly science-based ones, and increasing disclosure around that. And that's broadening in other ES&G issues. I mean, understanding transition impacts on business models and valuation, and we're seeing the cost of capital of businesses who manage these issues well going down, which clearly increases valuations. And then, Paul's going to talk a lot more, I'm sure, about the new regulatory interventions, particularly amongst financial regulators. I mean, clearly, it started off with the emergence of TCFD, and we're now seeing the growth of the Network for Greening the Financial System, collections of European and other central banks coming together, now bolstered by the Fed from the US. And they're really looking at how these issues are affecting market stability and financial stability. And I think it's driven by this increasing understanding of the risks that are being run by organizations if they don't understand their impact and their dependency on these on issues of natural capital, etc. And finally, a final comment, I mean, governments are beginning to commit to things like net zero targets. Obviously in the UK, we were a relatively early mover for once on this. The EU, South Korea, Japan, China set a 2060 target, and I would expect nature-based biodiversity targets to follow, and we're seeing regulation being set in a whole host of industry sectors. So the implications for business, I think, are pretty clear. These are powerful drivers, and it's about how you align your purpose, your strategy, your business models. How are you now thinking around setting business goals, evidence-based targets, and how are you measuring and reporting these issues, and how are you embedding sustainability practices in operations in your value chain?
Super, thanks, Richard. And so it sounds like a number of both sort of carrots, in the sense that it's about reducing cost of capital and improving performance, but also sticks there that it's about avoiding potential regulation, tax, and reputational damages.
Absolutely.
And Richard, take us to, so Task Force for Climate Change Disclosure. Could you say a little bit more about what are the expectations of businesses in response to TCFD?
Yeah, so I think it's really trying to get businesses to disclose how they're governing these risk issues in their business, how it feeds into their business decision making, you know, the sort of metrics that they're actually using to evaluate their own performance around climate risk and opportunity. I think it's fair to say at this point in time, it's largely focused on the risk agenda. People are coming at it largely from a risk perspective, but clearly the opportunities will follow. But it's really about how you get this sort of hierarchy of governance and evidence of embedding into your business operations and goals, and then disclosing metrics that really convince the reader, investors, your other stakeholders that you are you really understand the you know, key strategic and business and operational risks that climate change poses, both from a physical side and the transition risks on your business. And TNFD, I think, will do the same for nature-based risks and dependencies of the business.
Super, thanks, Richard. So, Paul, if I can turn to you, you've obviously seen this from both the regulatory side, also from kind of academic perspective. So, Paul, could you give us some insights into what's behind this for sort of driving regulators and investors? Why are they turning increasingly to this whole idea of non-financial reporting?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Richard, Ben, and everyone in Dubai. It's quite interesting. I'll start with the financial stability angle. And the problem we have here is that the risks from these sustainability issues, and I'm going to focus mostly on climate, although the analysis carries over to the others, they're not yet priced into financial markets. That's a starting point. So we have an externality which is not priced in. And why is that? Well, two reasons, I think. One is global warming happens over time. And as it increases, you get more and more climate events. But we have not yet seen the worst physical events from climate change that we are going to see. It's going to get a lot worse and more frequent. And so those events are not yet in the data set. And governments have promised to limit global warming to no more than 2, then reduction of no more than 1.5. And we're starting to see targets come out, which is great. We're starting to see lists of initiatives. We don't yet actually have, for anybody, a full strategy, which takes us from here to there. So we don't know what government's going to do. And as things continue to get worse and temperature continues to rise and global greenhouse gas emissions seem to be still rising, governments are going to get more and more desperate, and they're going to want to make bigger and bigger changes. And the risk is that financial markets wake up one day, either because of a physical event or a policy change has happened, and financial assets get repriced. That could be across the board for a serious enough event, or it could be a single sector like the fossil fuels sector, which is nevertheless systemic to the overall global economy. And if you had a mass repricing of assets, that's a financial stability event, which could throw a lot of financial firms into difficulty and invoke a financial stability response. Now, how do you deal with that? Well, one way, the classic way to deal with it is more disclosure. If more firms are able to disclose what their exposures are to such events, then investors can start to price those risks in more smoothly. You won't stop all jumps, but you'll make the jumps smaller when they happen, and repricing will be more accurate the more information is in the market. That has to be the theory behind having disclosure requirements from a financial stability perspective. Of course, it also has another benefit, which is that if firms have to disclose something, well, first of all, they have to know what their risks are, and most of them did not know what their risks are. So the first step of working out what your exposures are, that's going to make most firms say, hang on a minute, I didn't know I had these risks. And you're going to want to do two things. One is reduce your risk profile before you disclose. And then if it's a bad story, you're not going to want to publish that. So you're going to go even further until you've got a good story that you can publish. So for me, the most powerful effects actually come not from the regulatory intent, but from the actions of the firm in working out what their risks are. Then you move on from financial stability to a subset, which is prudential regulation, where you want the firms to be safe and sound. and this is sort of protecting them from themselves, if you like. And people may or may not know the 3 pillars of prudential regulation, which is minimum capital requirements, supervisory intervention, covers a whole range of things, and market discipline through disclosure. So again, disclosure comes in through the 3rd pillar. It's the easiest one to implement, and it's where a lot of the action has been up to date. Getting the market to police itself is the first refuge of the regulator, and that's what we're seeing people playing into this. We are actually, interestingly, a lot of regulations so far have not been unique to the financial sector. TCFD covers things across the board, but we have had guidance on the non-financial reporting directive, which of course is slightly misnamed because it is about finances. Climate change and these sustainability issues are a material financial risk, and the TCFD said you should report those risks in your main financial filings. It's not the financial accounts. I think that's the only distinction. That's why it's called non-financial. The EU has also now published the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, which has got 32 mandatory, actually I think it comes into force about now, has 32 mandatory disclosures and 18 voluntary disclosures, and that's for all financial firms. In the UK, the Chancellor has said that the UK will make disclosure of climate risks mandatory reporting as part of prudential regulation. And so we're moving along this track. And to some respects, it was very easy to see why what was supposed to be voluntary disclosures will become mandatory, because governments don't know what to do in the full entirety of it. And if the private sector comes up with a set of things like voluntary disclosures for climate-related risks, why wouldn't you just make those mandatory? I mean, it's just an easy win. So it won't only be the EU and the UK. I think we can expect to see most other jurisdictions in time will have something like the TCFD. In fact, I think they'll go further. Certainly the UK has promised to go further. I think the EU has promised to go further. So that's the broad perspective of the regulators here. These disclosures are necessary as part of their existing duties and objectives. It's not about giving the regulators a new responsibility. This is about ensuring financial stability and making firms safe and sound. Given the existing mandates and existing rules and existing laws, you need these disclosure requirements to achieve those objectives.
Super, thanks, Paul. Yes, and I think it was Mark Carney, wasn't it, the former governor of Bank of England, your former colleague, who said that essentially climate risk equals investment risk, which I always thought was a very nice way of summing that up. And I think that's clearly the you say driving a lot of this. Richard, if I could turn to you, you've been you were co-chair of the UN Environmental Programme for Finance Initiative. You've been involved with the Ecuador principles in developing those, and non-exec director of a number of leading banks like Riots. I think given that sort of wealth of experience, what would you say are some of the limitations of the current approaches to you say rather misnamed non-financial disclosures?
Yeah, good question, and a tough question. I think in some respects, some of the disclosures are based on historic metrics in many respects. I mean, they're about what we're doing today at a particular point in time. I think the difficult thing to understand is what is the prognosis for a business, an organization over time, which is why I think we're seeing the emergence of sort of net zero type strategies, which try to chart a forward transition pathway for a business and say that this is how we're going to move our business over time. So I think to some degree, you know, we've got to move away from these sort of current metrics to looking at more forward-looking analysis and disclosure to the extent that's possible. And it is difficult because, as we know, this is a volatile, uncertain and dynamic you know, context. I think also some of them are too risk-based. If I look at some of the disclosures, they're also, many of them are quite process-based. They really interrogate how companies do things. And I guess what we need to move towards are more the outputs and outcomes of those processes, and can we really start to evaluate what those outcomes are and what it means for the sort of forward transition of the business. So those would be my sort of initial thoughts on some of the limitations of disclosure. And yeah, we could talk for a long time on that, so I'll stop at that point.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, and I think I mentioned earlier the work we did with those 4 leading companies around how they align their purpose and strategy. I think that was one of the things they did. Is they were really looking at how are these systemic, trends impacting their markets and sectors and segments, to say, well, actually, how do we then, what are those new unmet needs that might be creating? How can they use the business core capabilities in order to unlock those new markets, whether that's to help decarbonize or create a circular economy or whatever it might be? And I think you're right, if it's too much of a risk, I guess there's a risk of bias, continuity bias, that the previous business model will always continue, rather than seeing where those new opportunities might lie.
I mean, in the context of TCFD, Mark Carney, when he spoke on it, was always clear we were looking at risks and opportunities. I think many businesses, though, have concentrated on the risk side of that equation more.
Ben, can I come in on this? I think this is absolutely vital. Richard's got the point here. We have risks and opportunities. These are not being worked in a seamless continuum. It's more of a barbell. There's one group of people that tend to look at opportunities and another group of people who look at risks. For example, governments like to be on a positive agenda. They like to promote green stuff. They don't like to get their hands dirty with stopping the brown stuff. They tend to leave that to regulators, whose job is to look at risk. And so within the official community, you tend to get that split. The people who sit in the middle tend to be cities and states who tend to get a bit of both. But within the firm as well, it's the chief risk officers are being given the responsibility for risk management within the banks. And what I say to them is this stuff should really be under your main business heads, because this is going to be where you make money or miss out on making money if you don't grab the opportunities. And so we don't get enough of the opportunities come in. A lot of financial firms in particular have done this because they think it's good corporate social responsibility. Well, it is, but it's also about the future value of their franchise, where they're going to make some money. So you just got to think that the structure of the economy is going to change. Demand for goods and services will change. Some things will fall out of favor, other things will come in. There's going to be huge change, as there always is in the economy. To that extent, it's not that new, it's just pervasive, and we can see it coming unusually. And so it's very odd that you're getting people holding back when there's huge first mover advantages for a lot of these products where you can establish market share if you get in first. So people really need to grasp this as a business opportunity, I think, front and center.
I think what we're also seeing, Paul, if I could just add on to that, is some organizations take quite a partial view of this. I mean, and some of their disclosure or their commitments are not on the totality of the business. They're not holistic, and we hear this a lot in the context of climate change, and whether you're doing scope 1, scope 2 or scope 3 emissions, i.e. are these sort of commitments you're making on your core operations, or do they go across the whole value chain of what you do? So I think the disclosure standards really have to grasp that nettle as well, because many of the commitments that organizations are making, even science-based commitments, or even in some cases their net zero commitments, aren't looking at the whole of their business. They're just looking at selected parts of the business, the bits they're happier to show to the outside world.
I guess another point that builds on, Richard, is the need for actually where a lot of those opportunities might be sitting in scope 3, mightn't they? Either to decarbonize supply chains, or crucially further downstream, what a business is enabling others to do. We saw a video at the beginning around the work that Dee was doing to decarbonize, for example, bring in renewable energy, which in turn enable the decarbonisation of the mobility sector as cars move to electric vehicles and so on. So I think that's the other element, isn't it? It's often in those scope 3 where a lot of those business opportunities, new markets are, but may not be immediately obvious through the lens of the existing business model. So do either of you see other opportunities? I think you've touched on a few already, and we've also heard before, we heard from Paul at McDonald's talking about the importance of trust and the relationship between trust and transparency. demonstrating doing the right thing. We've talked about de-risking, increasing the or reducing cost of capital, opening up new opportunities. Are there any further opportunities that you're seeing, or did you want to sort of nuance further any of those points?
I think we can see some of it coming. I mean, simple things like increased demand for electric cars, in many countries be increasing demand for air conditioning, for example. So it's not obvious that all the energy demands will go in one direction. I think there are some much more interesting trends out there. For example, particularly in manufacturing, you get debates around global economy which are manufacturing centered when they should be increasingly service or digital centered. But if we just look at the manufacturing center, we could see the possibility of a lot less international trade than we had before. And that's because the costs of shipping stuff around the globe have not previously been properly factored in. If you have a big carbon tax, that will make the cost of international shipping by freight or air a lot more expensive. And the advances in things like AI and robotics means you can probably make things as cheap anywhere in the world as you could now. You don't rely on cheap labor overseas. And something like oil, I think about the demand for oil is likely to fall not just because renewable energy becomes plentiful and cheaper, but the risk of having your energy source being shipped around the world to you in tankers, of course, it's much, much more secure if you can produce it on your home soil. So I think for a number of economic security type reasons, we could see shifts in trade patterns. And the trade patterns that are likely to continue will possibly be growth in services, where people will specialize more. And I was just thinking the other day, actually, most of what I personally am doing is international trade in services. It just hadn't occurred to me. But education could become global and provided globally. I'm now producing 2 academic courses which are taught internationally via online platforms. I've never done physical teaching, actually. I've only done online teaching. And there's many, many other services which could move online, whereas manufacturing, I think, will go the other way. So you've got these huge potential trends out there, which if people can take advantage of and spot them early, and of course, people will spot some trends that won't then happen. So there'll be winners and losers, as there always is in a capitalist type system. But it will be for the people who are most imaginative and most agile who can spot these trends and make money out of them. And for the financial sector, of course, leaning into that to help fund these activities.
Great.
Yeah, just picking up on that financial sector point, I mean, you're beginning to see the leading investment and banks beginning to price in some of these issues much more systematically and positively. And I think that's what's underpinning the analysis that shows the clear link between how well companies manage material ESG issues and their financial performance. And you mentioned de-risking. Well, I mean, the financial sector sees that systemic or systematic management of risk as creating more resilient, less volatile cash flows in businesses. They also see the innovation that comes from some of the things that Paul is talking about on the opportunity side of the balance sheet as interesting. And when you combine that sort of risk management with better resource efficiency, with more innovative approaches to business, that is leading to a reduction in the weighted average cost of capital. Whether that's investors deciding that they like a business because it really understands these risks, or the increasing number of sustainability linked loans that are being offered that offer lower pricing to businesses that deliver on their sustainability targets. So in a sense, it can become a sort of a self-justifying activity purely on that front. So I think as the financial system gets smarter, as the enhanced disclosure enables it to differentiate between those companies that genuinely understand what the future is bringing and are reacting accordingly, then I think the differentiation in pricing will continue. And I think we're already seeing it. If you look at the oil and gas companies, or you look at the utility sector, if you look at the automotive sector, I think you are beginning to see differentiation in the way the markets value those businesses based on the perceived progress they're making.
Yeah, and I guess picking up that distinction again between manufacturing and you say we're seeing it there already, but also in, if you like, the intangible asset-based economy as well. It was interesting that, for example, during the school strikes in a few years ago, that in Silicon Valley you had thousands of staff walked out in their droves because they were called out to say, if you think your company's not doing enough on climate change, walk out. And they did exactly that. And then a few months later, in that was September 2019, about sort of spring 2020, suddenly Amazon, Microsoft came out with some of the boldest goals that there are. So I think, again, a really interesting correlation there. And so actually attracting talent who are driving innovation of your business, and of course not just employees but also suppliers and customers as well. And
I'd just pick up on that, because the TCFD gives recommendations about disclosures, and it talks about governance, strategy, risk management, targets and metrics. Actually, that's not a bad framework for thinking about what these companies should be doing. So leaving aside the risk management aspects of that, so setting targets and metrics, which you mentioned, that is good. Having some good risk management, that's also great, although people are worried about how they're going to do that when the data is backward looking and they haven't got forward looking data. So everybody's busy trying to work out scenario analysis and forward looking stress tests. Governance firms should be able to do, often neglect it, but this needs to be an enterprise-wide approach to addressing these issues. I think GARP did a survey in which 80% of their respondents said they were taking it strategically, and only 10% had discussed it at board level. There's that sort of gap.
Yeah.
The really interesting one is strategy. Having a strategy for addressing this issue, and this is where the bit that's often missing. How are you going to get from here to there? So when you say they've come out with ambitious targets and goals, that's great, but do we know how they're going to do it? Do they know how they're going to do it? And I feel that's where we are at the moment. We've sort of announced what our intentions are. We don't yet know how to do it. And in fact, the technologies may not yet be fully in place to enable us to achieve net zero. And net zero, by the way, of course, isn't actually the end point. It's a waypoint. If you want to return the level of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere back to normal, you've got to take out what we've put in. And that's going to take a lot longer and a lot more new technologies, which we haven't got yet.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I think it's a good point, because there was some research as of October last year that there were, we've seen almost doubling in the last year of net zero commitments. So I think 826 cities, 103 regions and 1,565 companies, but also found that only 8% had actual sort of interim targets and pathways to get there. So I think we're going from, and this is a point that I think Lewis brought up earlier, is from target setting to target delivery, and that's very much the space we're in. And so if I could ask, yeah, Richard.
I was going to say, it's not surprising though, is it? There is an element of a moonshot commitment here. You're actually saying we are going to go to net zero. We're going to put a man on the moon without having worked out all the detail of how you actually deliver it. And I think getting 30, 40, 50% of the way is relatively easy from an emissions perspective, but it's totally changing business models across the whole value chain, which will have some radical disruptive impacts on the way we do business. And Paul talked about perhaps moving back from huge globalization to more localized production. I think COVID and 2020 has possibly accelerated that process. I think we did discover how fragile many supply chains were. We're living in a globally interconnected world, but there's not a lot of redundancy built into these systems. So I think going forward, we'll be looking for new approaches and ways of doing things.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that came through from those 4 leading companies that we worked with last year was that those bold goals really drove a focus that then led to innovation, it led to partnerships, it led to collaboration that they said that otherwise wouldn't have happened, that it gave them that focus and ambition, even if they didn't know how they were going to achieve all of it, but it gave them the right level of ambition and order of magnitude that they were aiming for. So if I could ask you maybe to close, gentlemen, if I could ask you to get your crystal balls out and look into the future, where do you see the sort of trajectory of, if I can put it, disclosure more widely, trying to move away from that misnomer of non-financial reporting, but where do you see this sort of going over, say, the next sort of 5 or 10 years?
Well, hopefully we'll get rid of the term non-financial, because as Paul eloquently said, this is about financial stability. I think it'll be much wider across a whole range of E and S and G elements, and it will become more forward-looking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think in addition, almost a lot of disclosures will become mandatory. We don't know yet how to handle that, because already the amount of mandatory things like accounts and things people have to publish can be completely overwhelming for the individual or the investor. And so there's going to have to be some smart ways of how this disclosure is done. And from the investor's point of view, a lot of it may be more suitable for AI usage than for individual reading. I think that could be one of the directions we go. But making it mandatory, I think spreading out across the sustainable issues. Once you've established that something can be done for climate, well, you can do it for gender, and you can do it for all sorts of other things, which are still very much live issues out there. So that's the way it goes. But I think the most important thing about this is you can't disclose something unless you know what it is. And once you've done that internal process of working out what it is you're going to have to disclose, then I think that changes behavior. We see accounting rules, for example, change people's behavior. And accounting rules may well change themselves in relation to climate change. We've now got the accountants body having conducted a consultation on that, and we expect to see some results from that in due course. So I just think it will be continual change. I think the word sustainability actually in some way covers up the point that what we're looking at is a world of continual change still. It's not a static world. It's not a world without growth either, actually. There should be growth in living standards. There may not be growth in manufactured stuff, but there will still be growth in living standards. And there will be constant change within that. And the disclosure agenda will be constantly changing. So it won't be static. But we can see several of the directions in which I think this goes.
Super, thanks, Paul. And so it sounds like it's here to stay. It's likely to get more mandatory and broaden in its agenda and rigor, because I think one of the things we've seen is almost a proliferation of different approaches and indices, haven't we? And it looks like we're now in a period of convergence, both in Europe, in the US, and globally. So, well, look, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for sharing your insights and experiences to help us explore this fast-changing topic. So thank you very much indeed. Yes, thank you. And just a reminder to everybody, we will be sharing both the references that have been that speakers have used throughout the forum, as well as the slides and presentations. So I just want to remind you of that. So Richard and Paul, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Super. So we are now going to transition through to our next session, which we've had a look at this whole idea of, as we've seen, disclosure. So now we're going to be exploring that whole idea of the circular economy. So as the session is looking at solutions around breaking the linear model, so business pathways to the circular economy. So I look forward to welcoming our next range of speakers that will be joining us. And as we've heard already, that from earlier on, is that really, such as Paul, that what we need to do is we need to decarbonize, we need to detoxify, we need to dematerialize. And the circular economy is really a solution that enables all three of those in different ways. So I'm delighted that I'm joined by some terrific experts who really understand this whole area of circular economy, and so welcome everybody. So we have Anna Barford, who's a CISL fellow who's researching this whole area. So welcome, Anna. We'll also be joined by Adwa Coleman, who's country manager at Dow, who's been working with Anna. Also, Louise, welcome. Louise is Global Social Impacts and Sales Strategy Customer Engagement at Dell. Yes, great to see you, Louise. And yeah, we also Juan Jose, who is Global Head of Sustainability for the AMEA and Government Affairs at Bramble. So JJ, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
Hi. Adam, a very warm welcome to you. Great to see you can join us from Dow. So I was wondering if we could maybe kick off with Anna. If I can maybe turn to you, it'd be great to get your sense. Could you kind of decode this whole idea of circular economy and maybe share some of your initial insights from your research, please?
Thank you very much, Ben. Can I just wait a moment for the slides? I think Dua has the slides for us. But maybe while the slides are coming up, I'll just start by discussing what we mean by circular economy. So a circular economy is, in contrast to what we have really now, which is a linear economy where we take, make and dispose. Or in other words, we, sorry, is it possible for Dua to put this onto presenting mode, please? Don't know if that's possible. So the circular economy is where we take resources and materials from the environment, we use them and then throw them away. And the idea of circularity is that we instead keep these resources and materials in use, ideally indefinitely, and then no waste is generated from that system. So currently we're quite a long way from that ideal. So the world globally, we're only 8.6% circular. So there's a long way to go. And there's some of the problems associated with not being more circular are carbon dioxide emissions, which we've already heard about from the previous session. So about 50% of the world's CO2 emissions are associated with the fact that we rely on linear processes at the moment. There's also other problems associated with having huge amounts of waste and how that translates into pollution at a local and a global level. But it's not all pushes. There's also a massive pull in the sense that the World Economic Forum have estimated that $4.5 trillion stand to be made by 2030 from making a circular transition. So in my own research, I've been working with large companies to try and understand what it means for them to transition from their existing linear models to more circular models. And we found kind of a series of things which either help them along this journey or things that have caused obstacles which they've had to overcome. So some of the things that help them massively are forming strong partnerships with others who want to do the same thing. Market trends, so the potential for greater growth within their kind of more circular practices and the demand for this as well. And also policies which level the playing field, which make it easier for companies to remain competitive while transitioning and changing and also experimenting with new ways of doing things. Similarly, policies can be an obstacle if they mean that companies are constrained in how much they're able to move materials around from place to place or country to country. Local infrastructure can be a problem if there's just not the infrastructure in place to support the practices and processes that they would like to transition to. And there's also a question about investment and how much they're able to invest. And a kind of ongoing tension within probably much of sustainability is this kind of drive to try and balance the different things that the company's aiming for. So sustainability, performance and affordability. Okay, so I've been very lucky. I've done a series of interviews with people from Dow Chemicals to try and understand more about how they're actually transitioning. We'll hear more from Adwa in a minute, who's much more expert than me. But I just thought it was quite interesting to think about the different ways in which they're kind of focusing their strategy. So there's a whole raft of internal company policies, kind of looking at trying to engage the workforce, educate the workforce, and also get the workforce kind of engaged in problem solving and proposing solutions to some of the problems or some of the blockages that they see. But then in complementing this, it's absolutely essential to have strong partnerships with other industries, with collaborators, and also with policymakers. So trying to kind of work with policymakers to design policies that work well. For the last bit of my very short talk, I just want to talk about the fact that the circular economy is very focused on materials, business models, and economics. And I just want to highlight the fact that the social and the workers can be, not always, but can be a huge blind spot in this narrative that we're working with. So this diagram we've got here shows plastic waste and all the different people at different levels of a kind of hierarchy of plastic waste who are involved in that really difficult work of collecting, sorting, and moving waste back from where it's been distributed to, back up to manufacturing industries where it can be reprocessed, reused, or can put back into use in a circular way. And kind of building on this, there are companies out there already doing this, and lots of people think of innovative ways to do it. But personally, I'd like to propose that we start thinking more about how we make these circular economy loops, which should be restorative and regenerative for materials and for the environment, how we also think about how we do that for people and how we do it for workers. So this last diagram just makes some brief proposals about some of the kind of core standards we should have in place to make sure that while we're making this more environmentally friendly transition, we also achieve those social targets as well of fair pay, safe work, social protection, legal rights. And this again is kind of an integrated issue, just like circular economy. Companies can't do this alone. They need to do it in partnership with partners and with governments and policymakers. So a bit of a whirlwind tour, but thank you ever so much.
Thanks, Anna. Thank you for helping to decode this and help us to see this holistically and not fall into the trap of thinking it's just a technical or hard system solution, but actually it's about serving people and people being involved in that journey. Thank you. Adwa, we heard how Dow's been working on this as a material science company. Could you share some of your insights looking to transition towards more circular solutions, please?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that broad overview, Anna, and Ben also for your question. Dow as a company is a material science company, and one of our focus or application areas is in packaging and specialty plastics. Now, as we know, plastics have come to the forefront of environmental issues over the past number of years because of the significant amounts of it that are ending up, unfortunately, in the environment and even in landfill, which in terms of the waste hierarchy is undesirable. And so for us as Dow, as a raw material supplier at the beginning of the chain, we had a number of things that we were doing well in sustainability. We were good at working with brand owners to design packaging that was lighter weight, so using less materials for the same properties, down gauging, so smaller and thinner and thinner structures that also utilize less material for the same properties, and helping to reduce the CO2 footprint of certain packages. However, as we looked at this larger issue of plastic ending up in the environment, we realized we would have to reach further down the value chain and work even beyond the point where a consumer uses a packaging product through to the value chain, to the waste value chain standpoint. And so for us, we created a strategy, which I think Anne shared very briefly at the beginning around some of the aspects of that strategy. But starting within our circular economy strategy is the design, right? We understand that a packaging cannot end up either in the recycling chain or in the circular economy loop if it's not designed to be that way. So right from the start, we're working with brand owners and converters to achieve packaging structures that can come back into the loop. Secondly, in that space, and this is of course technology that's been in play, is mechanical recycling, right? How can you actually capture the physical material and through mechanical action convert it back into the base resins, which can then be used to make a new package. Then you consider advanced recycling, which is becoming more and more popular in present day because not every packaging structure is recyclable. And so what type of technology can you use to take those packages back to their base chemicals to feed them back into our units or our crackers to make new plastic? And that also then feeds into the alternative feedstock conversation Currently, many of those materials are made from non-renewable resources. So how can we shift that particular space? And another innovation we have worked on there as Dow is a bio-based solution. So basically a byproduct of another process which was previously being discarded is something that we are harnessing and using to make new plastic. And then last but not the least, we understand the role of innovative end uses where recycling is not directly possible. And so taking plastic and using it in something like roads or roads applications or infrastructure applications is becoming quite interesting to us. And so that, I think, is also, as Anne used, the whirlwind tour of our strategy and the facets of it. And I'm looking forward to the remaining discussions around the different angles to this. Thank you.
Angela, thank you very much. And I think the theme through throughout the forum is this idea of seeing a business as a network and engaging with that network. I think you've really described that, how you can't just look at it as a manufacturer or a business-to-business manufacturer, but actually reaching into your supply chain, looking at where those packagings end up to really look at it holistically. So thank you for bringing that alive for us. Louise, if I could turn to you, so you're from Dell, been sort of got a track record in this area. I wonder if you could share some of your sort of insights into sort of the Dell journey so far, please.
Certainly, I'd be happy to. So this has indeed been a long journey for us already, more than 10 years ago, since we started using post-consumer plastics in our computers, in our monitors. And this is a never-ending journey, always with a higher level of ambition. So we have actually set ourselves the next milestone to be in 2030, where very recently we launched our 2030 strategy for social impact, which covers a range of pillars, advancing sustainability being one of them. It also covers diversity and inclusion, transforming lives with technology, and ethics and privacy. But of course, today we're zooming in on the advancing sustainability piece here. So we believe that moonshot goals, and I think that was talked about also in the previous session, they are a very good driver of innovation. And we have a history of kind of setting very clear goals and then working towards those, and of course, reporting on the progress as well. So when we look at circular economy, our goal for 2030 is that for every product we sell, we will take back and reuse or recycle an equivalent product. So really getting to a one-to-one take back. I'm not going to say net zero because there's no net zero when we talk about material footprint. There's always some footprint, but at least that we get the materials back in and reused or in our own loops or in other loops of materials. And then also reducing the footprint of our packaging and our product content. So 100% of the materials for our packaging and more than 50% of our product content will be made of recycled or renewable materials in 2030. So that's the moonshot goal we are working towards. And that's, of course, a major undertaking that will require lots of innovation and investment, and our product group and packaging group are currently building those roadmaps and looking at how can they get from where we are today to those moonshot goals in 2030. And of course, I think it's fair to say here that we don't start, we do not at all start from scratch. We have over the past 10 years used more than 45 million kilograms of recycled plastics in our products. A few examples, we started using post-consumer recycled plastics, as I mentioned, more than 10 years ago. We currently have more than 50% recycled plastic content in a lot of our monitors and desktops. And most of our servers also include a high percentage of recycled plastics. We started using closed loop plastics 5 years ago, where we actually recovering plastics from our take-back programs and recovering that plastic together with our partner and shipping that back to the beginning of our supply chain and reducing that in monitors. So that's being used in more than 120 product models today that ship globally. We talked about, or Edward talked about, kind of using the waste product from one industry as a resource in our own industry. We do the same with carbon fiber, for example, which is a waste product from the aerospace industry. And the advantage of that is that it's lightweight, it's very strong, it's very durable. So we actually use that in our laptops to make them lightweight, strong, durable. And it also gives us a nice design feature because it has almost like a textile look that is used on our lids or on the keyboards. And most recently, we also started using bio-based plastics, working with a Swedish producer. So it's actually a waste product from the papermaking industry. So originally coming from pine trees, but no trees were harmed in this process. So it is that waste product from papermaking that we are using now in the lids of our Latitude 5000 laptop series. So lots of examples there. Also the ocean-bound plastics packaging, we can talk more about that as well. So but I'm going to pause here for a moment, and we can always dive more into circular design, PC, IT as a service, and how digital transformation is also driving sustainability. And let me just say that we're very proud to be a partner of Dubai Electricity and Water Authority in their vision to transform Dubai into a very smart and sustainable city.
Thanks, Louise. A nice example there of partnerships in action, and also looking at different materials, both partners with DEWA, but also with different material suppliers as well, bringing those different feedstocks into your manufacturing. Sounds really interesting. Thank you for sharing that initial insights. JJ, if I could turn to you, you come from a enormous B2B company. I was wondering if you could maybe just share a little bit about what is Brambles does and some of your insights on your journey so far, please.
Of course. So yeah, what I would like to bring here is the example of a company that is already working in a very circular way. We are a company called Brambles, operating under a brand called CHEP, and what we do is that we give reusable packaging services. This is important. We don't sell anything, any product, we give services, and this is a very important concept in the circular economy. So the best way to picture, I'm going to describe what we do. If you're operating in a producer supply chain, you normally need to move things along the whole supply chain, and you need packaging for that. You need a pallet, or you need a container, or you need a crate. And historically, companies have bought these elements, and then once they have gone across the whole supply chain, then normally dispose of them, or luckily, if we were lucky, maybe recycling them. Okay, what we bring is a different approach. It's the approach of reutilization, reuse. We rent out one of our pallets to a grower or to a manufacturer at the beginning of the supply chain. It will go to the distribution center and then to the retailer, to the supermarket. And then when the pallet is empty, we will make sure that we collect it, we inspect it, and we give it to maybe another manufacturer, maybe a competitor of the first one. So this is a very simple model, but now to see the scale of what can be done, and this is the message that I want to bring. Circular economy is possible, and there are companies like us that are operating out there under a very circular business model. So if you multiply now by 330 million of units that are moving now as we speak, and they will be reused tomorrow, and then they will be again reused next month, you will see the scale of that. And in every one of these loops, in each one of those loops, there is waste that is saved, there are natural resources that are saved, and there are carbon emissions that have been avoided. So it is a service, it is used, and it is a sharing model. That is the secret sauce. No? That is the recipe of the secret sauce of what we do. And there are two elements that other speakers mentioned that I would like to bring our own experience on them with this circular reuse business model. The first one is recycling. And I think recycling is a fundamental part of the circular economy. Don't get me wrong. And when people think about circular economy, they immediately think about recycling. Great. Let's continue doing recycling. But there are other things to do, other ways to do circular economy. And reuse is superior in the hierarchy. So I challenge everyone that when you are designing your initiative, you're designing your products, you're designing your business models, please consider also other alternatives: remanufacturing, refurbish, reuse. That's what we do, and then recycling. No, that's another option, and it's not the preferable one, I will say. And the second thing that I will also like to mention is the materials. We heard about plastics, and we are investing a lot on upcycled plastic, and we will need the alliance and the partnership of chemical companies for this, absolutely. But what we have found is that the material, when you're talking about circular business models, the material itself is not so relevant. We need to think about the model. We need to think about the system. And when you see, we operate with wooden pallets, with timber pallets, and we operate with plastic pallets. And when you see the difference between timber and plastic, if you treat them the right way, certified, recycled at the end of life, etc., the differences are not so huge. When you compare disposable versus recyclable versus reuse, that is where the difference comes in. So again, no, I will challenge everyone to think, of course, about the materials, but more importantly, about the operating business model, about the operating model, and definitely please consider reuse.
Brilliant, JJ, thank you very much. I think a great challenge, and again, brings back that point how businesses can't operate in isolation, but need to think about the whole of the value chain and different partners they're working with. Which brings up my first question. I'd be interested to get your views on this, which is, so it sounds like a lot of progress has been made already, fantastic, but equally we know we're not even at 10% yet globally, so we've got a long way to go. So what are some of the barriers and opportunities that you see? I've been interested, anyone particularly like to kick off with share some reflections on some of the barriers and opportunities to move from that 9% through into like 90, 100%? JJ, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so it is not easy to start a circular business model. We know that the barriers, you know, if you want to recover your stuff, you have things like reverse logistics, which is historically has been a nightmare, no, for everyone in logistics. But I really need to talk about something that people have been talking about for years, which is collaboration. Collaboration. There are companies out there like us who have solved the challenge, and you need to collaborate. You know, if you want to implement a circular business model, first of all, you need to have a whole supply chain approach. For that, obviously, you need to collaborate with the players in each one of the steps of the supply chain. And secondly, if there are companies that have already solved or taken down some of the barriers, you need to take that advantage. For example, we have created a whole new program using our circular foundations called Zero Waste World exactly for that, inviting others to join the circular party, no? If you allow me there, or the circular vision. So I think that is unavoidable, and it's not just an empty word, you know, collaboration. It is the absolute need to have this whole supply chain approach and overcome the barriers that are there and maybe others have solved.
Thanks, JJ. Louise, yeah, what's your
yes.
take?
No, I very much agree, JJ. I think the answer and the problem is the system approach, because that makes it more complex, right? You have more stakeholders that you need to involve, that you need to align with. Speaking from an electronics sector point of view, the statistics are also very concerning. There is 50 million tons of e-waste being produced on a global level each year. And less than 20% of that gets recycled at a global scale. The numbers are higher in Europe, where there's been regulations and take-back programs in place for decades, but still only about 40%. So I fully agree with the reuse before recycle, of course. So what we're doing in Dell Technologies is first and foremost to offer take-back recycling services, or actually take back and reuse services. Most often, if products are still functional, they will be refurbished and resold for a second life. So working with different electronics take-back companies around the world, because there isn't any global system or any global player in the scheme. What we are also aiming for now, both to get to our one-to-one take-back and reuse goal, but also because we see that is the future and has some benefits, is to transition even more to an as-a-service model. We have been offering this for years, and some customers have been wanting this, and others have said, no, I prefer to own my equipment, thank you very much. But there's more and more now who are ready to actually buy, whether it's or use laptops as a service, or have access to data center capacity as a service, which makes it much more flexible. That also enables us to optimize the full life cycle of the equipment, because after a first, let's say 3-4 years use, we can, recover, we can reuse it, we can send it back out for a second life, or we can harvest the spare parts or the materials. So as a service is definitely also a part of the solution for more circular future.
Super, thanks, Louise. And Adwa and Anna, I wonder whether from your work and Dow's perspective, again, what are the some of the barriers enablers to move on to that next level of circularity? Any views you wanted to add?
I did see Anna's hand go up, so Anna, I'm not sure if you want to go ahead or should I kick us off?
Oh, you kick us off and I'll follow up if you like, Adwa. I'd like to hear.
Right, so I actually wanted to pick on some of the points that Anna had in her slide, right? Because I think that those are some of the crucial aspects of enabling a circular economy. So the models are based on the material flow. And if you consider the fact that a material like plastic, especially when it's used in something like packaging, often ends up either in landfill or in the environment, you know, the current infrastructure, especially in developing economy context, is not set up to bring the material back. You know, you don't have people sorting or separating their waste at home. So if it goes into one receptacle, then that one receptacle is going to the same place with the organic material. And then thinking about then sending people into the mass of that material to actually pick out the plastic, then poses another challenge, right? Health risks. You know, the potential to not be able to recover a significant amount that you could have if the material was separated at home. And so that infrastructure where the collection systems have to change drastically within a developing economy context is very key. Now, if you're thinking about changing those systems, this will require financing or capital. Many of the governments within these contexts know that doing waste management the right way actually costs a significant amount of money. And so one of the concepts that's becoming very popular in this space is the policy instrument of extended producer responsibility. And here, a producer is basically under the producer definition here puts an amount on every product that's sold that is then used to account for the life cycle of the product even after it's used. And so enabling these systems, I think, will take a monumental change also on the policy side, where it has to bring everyone to the table. There are companies that can step up and take the challenge to try and recover their materials, but then in a marketplace that also can create some sort of unfair advantage where multiple people are selling into the same market, but only a few are actually paying in to recover their materials. So here, everyone needs to come to the table, and a policy instrument can actually be a driver for bringing everyone there. So maybe those are my two challenges that I wanted to highlight, the policy as well as the infrastructure.
Thanks, Adwa. Can I follow up now?
Please, yeah, over to you, Anna.
Just to draw some kind of broader points, I think we've got some great opportunities actually to learn about the different ways that we can move forwards, and some of that actually involves looking back. You know, this extremely linear version of our economies is actually quite a new thing, and I think we can all look back to like maybe our own childhoods or our parents' childhoods to think about a time when people were much more careful with the materials that they had. So I think we can learn a lot from what we actually already know ourselves about how to be careful with things, and how to, and then if that can be kind of scaled up, like, you know, we used to have a milkman who brought our milk in bottles, and we'd return those same bottles, and it was just like Juan Jose's system. You know, you borrow the milk bottle for the purpose of containing your milk. So I think there's a lot of things we actually already know how to do, and it's just kind of thinking in that sense. I think looking at what other people are doing right now is also a great opportunity, whether that's different companies, different countries, different policies, and not just looking to the kind of the front runners like China and the EU, but I've had some brilliant conversations with people from Dow and Dow's partners also in Africa, different African countries, who are addressing this in different ways based on the context that they're in. So I think we can learn a lot, and I think we're also hugely lucky actually, because people are quite private, as far as I can tell, about their kind of precise chemical mix or exactly the precise amounts of money involved in what something's doing. But in terms of sharing general models and general approaches, I'm sensing a great generosity and openness, actually, because there's this real sense that no one can achieve circular economy without their partners doing that too. So it kind of has to be there. This is a growing market. There's more and more demand. It's one of the most profitable parts of people's business portfolios when they do start to make the transition. That's where they're getting more money back. And I think that also makes space for, we should be encouraging the businesses to actually go out there and set higher standards and say, we'll only do business with people who meet these circularity goals. And then you see a ripple effect, don't you, from one company to another, because you want to keep that contractual relationship, so you have to meet certain goals. So yeah, just reflecting what everyone else is saying, learning and collaboration, and really ambition as well, I think is very important here.
Thanks, Anna. Yes, it's set that direction of travel, and it does, I think, raise a couple of questions, which is the right forums in different industries and sectors to be able to bring the value chain into the room, talk about the different roles, actually having those forums. And often I think it's either leading businesses or organizations to be able to bring those together. I think there's an opportunity there. And then thinking about that difference between what's competitive and what's pre-competitive, where does it make sense for us to collaborate and where does it make sense for us to compete and be strategic about that. So as we come into close, I'd like to, Liz, if I can come to you in just a moment, because I'd like to look forward and think where the direction of travel is going in all of this. And so if I could, JJ, if I could turn to you, where do you see the direction going from Bramble's perspective?
Well, first of all, there is a piece of data that you showed today. The world is only 9% circular, which is quite depressing, but also normally I deliver that message with another point, which is that another data point, which is that I think it's 80% of the largest companies in the world have made commitments to be more circular in the future. Okay, so that is on the positive side. Let's also keep this in mind. And also in our particular case, we are already in a very good state in terms of circularity. What we are bringing now to the game, and hopefully we can inspire others to join us, is this idea of regeneration. We've been focusing on reducing the bad things that industrial systems produce to go for zero impact, and we still need that to do. We still need to do a lot in that area. However, we have this new level of ambition, which is about, I think something in a previous talk said it, which is about reversing, going from degenerative systems to regenerative systems. The damage that is already there, actually reversing it. That is our vision. Things like taking existing waste and make durable, reusable products out of this, or not only ensuring that when you use timber, there is no deforestation associated, but actually you are creating new forests. You are making the forest mass of the world growing. And this idea, this North Star of regeneration, we try to apply to every different aspect, a material aspect of our sustainability program, and we are not alone. That is also very good. We see that many other companies are starting to embrace this idea of regeneration. That, for me and for us, is the future.
Super, JJ, thank you very much. And Louise, I can bring you in at that point.
Yes, I definitely love the idea and the concept of regeneration, and I think you're right, JJ, that needs to be the North Star for the next level. One thing I'm very excited about sharing is we talked about the complexity before and the need to have partnerships across the ecosystem. So actually just last week on Thursday, a new circular electronics partnership was launched, bringing together some of the major companies and major organizations in the sector. So World Business Council, Green Electronics Council, Responsible Business Alliance to also consider the social aspects very importantly, and a range of companies. And over the last year, we've been involved in, and I've been fortunate myself to be part of that work. There's been a series of working groups looking at each step of the life cycle, from product design to production to materials to consumer, customer demand, end of life, etc. So we have been working together with experts and business to define what are the steps ahead, what is the roadmap. So actually at the launch last week was defined now, still a high level, but yet a roadmap with the key steps to get to a circular future in electronics by 2030. So I think that's a very important, and I'm very excited about this partnership and being part of that as well.
Thanks, Louise, and a great point to kind of bring us to, which is JJ's point that there's both, you know, a 9% already, but a lot of ambition to go further, and really great examples of partnerships bringing that alive. So it's amazing we've run out of time. It's flown past, but thank you very much indeed for sharing all your perspectives. And I was thinking what a global panel this is, with a Brambles and an Australian-based global business, somebody from Europe. We've got Adwa, a US global business, somebody with us from Africa, Louise, a global US business with somebody from Europe, and Anna and I here as well. So what a great global perspectives you've been able to bring out. So thank you very much indeed. And I think it's given us a lot of food for thought. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Terrific. Well, as we bring that session to a close, we now come into our last session for the panel, and so for the CEO Forum. And I'm delighted to be joined by John Elkington. Now, John is well known for connecting the dots, and that's the theme that's emerged. It's that importance of connecting the dots, pattern recognition, seeing what's coming in a very different future than the past that we've been used to. So I'm delighted to welcome John, who's going to start off by sharing some of his reflections on what he sees as being what the future might bring for us. So John, a very warm welcome, and over to you.
Ben, hello to you, and thanks for the introduction, and to everyone else, salam alaikum. I work currently with the First Abu Dhabi Bank and have been interviewing many senior people in the bank, so I'm quite aware that the situation in the region is quite different from some other parts of the world. But my sense is that the UAE ecosystem or world is on an accelerated learning curve, an upward trajectory, and I think some of the earlier presentations have picked up on that. So what I'm going to try and do is now share my screen. Will you tell me, Ben, if you can see the presentation? Ben, can you see that?
Yes, we now can see your screen, John.
But can you see the presentation?
Yes, it's now up and running. You're live, John.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, it's always a nervous moment, isn't it? So I'm very pleased that JJ in that last session began talking about regeneration, and I'm sure other people have done already, because that's part of my presentation today. So I'm going to talk about what we call green swans. I'll introduce and explain those. But our sense is that we're going to see a worldwide boom over time. It'll take decades, it may even take generations in regenerative capitalism. So I'll explain that in a moment. But I think many members of the audience will be very familiar with the work of Nassim Nicholas Taleb, shown here, particularly his notion or idea of black swans. And as you will know, these are events that come out of the blue, complete surprise. They have an enormous impact, an off-the-scale effect. Those could be positive, but very often they're negative, at least to begin with. And then afterwards, we stand back, try to understand what's just happened to us, and very often misunderstand. So the idea of a green swan is almost the reverse of that. If black swans, at least to begin with, take us exponentially where we do not want to go, green swans, at least potentially, take us exponentially where we do want or do need to go. So this book came out last year. You'll notice that the subtitle is, again, The Coming Boom in Regenerative Capitalism. And I think when that book came out, quite a number of people felt that that was extreme. They felt that that was stretching the bounds of the possible too far. And yet in September of last year, this may already have been mentioned, but Doug McMillon, the CEO of Walmart, and he's shown here, committed that giant retail company to regeneration, to becoming a regenerative company. And we've seen companies like Nestle and Unilever now scrambling to see what it is in their supply chains or their philosophies which meet that need of one of their very biggest customers. Now, I think we're in an extraordinary time in corporate responsibility and in sustainable development. And I signaled that 2 years ago through the Harvard Business Review with the first ever, I was told, product recall of a management concept, the triple bottom line. And I'd come up with that in 1994. The cartoon on the left shows a very early version of that. I got a Financial Times, sorry, cartoonist, Ingram Pin, to draw the image for me. And the idea was that at the very top of major organizations and institutions, particularly companies, you should increasingly want to see a voice for nature, the natural world, the biosphere, a voice for the social agenda, the dispossessed in particular, shown by the woman in the middle, and then a long-term voice, and that was sort of indicated by the robot. Now, that's less of a joke than it once would have been, because as some of your audience will know, in 2014, the first expert system, you could call it a robot, was appointed to a board in Hong Kong. Very shortly afterwards, we had a range of different announcements. Warren Buffett, Mark Benioff of Salesforce, all saying the same thing. Capitalism is broken. It needs to be reinvented, rethought, whatever. Sorry. And I think this Financial Times front cover said it all. So this was early 2019. And in a way, what's happening is people are waking up to the fact we spent 50 years working on a very particular hypothesis that if business simply makes more money within those rules and standards, that will be all we actually need from business. That will produce success. Now, the problem with that notion is that, as we increasingly see with climate change and with a range of other factors, what's good for business is not always good for the wider world. And this diagram shows a series of long wave economic cycles. Now, you can dispute whether they were as big as shown here or whatever, or whatever, but these things are a feature of our lives. You tend to have one of these big waves in a lifetime. And what we're now seeing, I believe, is the end of one of those cycles, largely driven by information technology and related technologies. We're coming down into a trough. And I believe these periods take 12 to 15 years to go through. Now, at the other end, you can either go to a bad place or you can go to a much better place. And that, I think, that sixth wave is building all around us. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic is in many ways accelerating a set of trends that have been building for quite a number of years. So the same year that I came up with the triple bottom line, people, planet, and profit, I also came up with the beginning of a survey looking back to 1960 and then forward, and looking at the societal pressure waves that initially impacted government, and then increasingly hit business, and then increasingly is hitting financial markets, largely in the OECD world, but with increasing ripple effects through supply chains and so on around the wider world. Now, I think we're in the midst of a fifth wave. I won't go into the detail here, but I think already you can start to see sixth and seventh waves building. And I think the seventh wave, which is already building in our wider world, will focus on regeneration. Now, most people will know of the Sustainable Development Goals, published just over 5 years ago. Most companies that engage, and many people in government and the public sector who engage the goals, tend to think of them as an incremental change agenda. If we just do a little bit more, we're a little bit nicer to people, we give them access to our products and services at a lower price than we might otherwise have charged, all will be well. That's not the case. And I quite often just show these first two goals, no poverty and zero hunger, both of those meant to be by 2030. Well, even if you said these are going to be by 2050 or 2060, those would still be exponential goals. And to date, people are not yet thinking about that change agenda in that sort of way. happily, luckily, unless you're in the fossil fuels business, a range of different technologies, most of them digital, are exploding into new growth patterns. And at the same time, the inverse pattern is radically falling cost curves. This diagram, many of you will have seen similar diagrams, but looks at solar in particular, but you can do the same thing around wind and battery technology and so on, and shows that just over the period of the Sustainable Development Goals cover into the 2030s, you're going to see renewable energy becoming radically cheaper even than electricity that comes from already installed fossil fuel power plants. So an extraordinary set of trajectories. And the problem for all of us is, and I make very few exceptions with this, is that our brains simply are not designed to deal with exponential trajectories. And I personally believe that this decade, the 2020s, could well be called, and may well be called later on, the exponential decade. Everything is about to go exponential. COVID-19 already has in a bad way, but in many ways, this is just the beginning of a period of massive disruption. Now, I'm then often asked, so what is a green swan? And the point I make is it's not an individual company. It's not an individual leader. It's a shift. It's a shift in politics. It's a shift in markets. It's a shift in cultural factors. And one of the examples I give is the European Union Green Deal. So last time I looked there, the numbers were 1.82 trillion euros to be invested. And what's interesting here is this is not simply a scramble for conventional business as usual economic growth. It's got to be green, it's got to be clean, and it's got to be inclusive. And you see exactly the same characteristics now in the Biden-Harris administration's Green New Deal in the United States. Now, to track all of this, we've set up an observatory, and the four initial focus areas are cities, because that's increasingly where our species lives. It's on electricity, because basically that is what will power tomorrow's economy. It's on soils, water, agriculture, including vertical farming, food, nutrition, and health, that whole nexus, because that's becoming immensely important and central. And then finally, it's on the financial markets, the investment, the money, the capital that will be needed to make all of this reality. Now, this is pretty much the last slide, and it shows a rather complicated picture, but it's also simple at the same time. The cover of The Economist on the left was published 10 years ago exactly, and it talked about the Anthropocene, a period in our species history where one species alone has impacts that are equivalent to geological forces. And of course, that's our own. The problem is that our global governance mechanisms are not set up in that way, a suitable way as yet. And so at the moment, what's happening is business is very often being asked to fill that gap. Now, if I switch to the trend lines on the right, the data points here, and anyone who wants these slides, we can certainly provide them. The data points come not from our own team so much as from companies and regulatory agencies that we've worked with. And this is their sense of where we're headed. So an old order, that's the top sort of purple line, is fading, and that will accelerate over time. That's the world that we've all grown up with since the Second World War, Bretton Woods, the Marshall Plan, all of that. It's the UN system, and that is going to weaken. In the long term, the blue line that starts at the bottom, and all of these trends are present in today's world simultaneously, just that the balance changes over time. You're seeing a very different world emerging, and some of your earlier panelists have already talked about the regenerative agenda. But in the middle, the orange line, what we're increasingly seeing is people not just talking, and leaders in the public sector and the private sector and so on, not just about responsibility, so transparency and accountability and all of that good stuff. They're talking about resilience, the resilience of teams, of organizations, of economies, of the biosphere. And the reason for that is that we have without realizing we were doing that, undermined many of the systems on which our longer term well-being depends. So resilience, I think, will become increasingly an urgent priority, but the only way to deliver true long-term resilience is by regenerating the systems on which our longer term well-being depends. This is the last slide. And it looks at one company that we've been working with, based in Madrid in Spain, Acciona. They're an infrastructure and renewable energy company. And last year, they took 27 of their brightest fast-track executives from around the world. They're a global company. And we took them through a process which initially was designed to focus on a 5-year sustainability strategy for Acciona. By the end of the process, it became a 10-year strategy for the company as a whole, signed off by the board. And I think this is an example of two things. One is we've got to open out our timescales. And secondly, we've got to bring younger people into the process far faster than would be normal, because they are, if not native in this new exponential world of ours, they're much better attuned to what is about to happen and to the opportunities along the way. So thank you all, shukran. And Ben, if I may, I'll hand back to you.
John, thank you very much indeed, and thought-provoking as ever. So thank you very much for sharing your initial thoughts. So I wonder whether we could maybe start off by exploring some of the implications for green swan businesses and that shift to that more exponential change in the relationship between business and government. Many people joining us this morning and today are from both the public sector and the private sector. I wonder if you have any insights either from emerging practice or looking forward. What do you feel are some of those capabilities that are going to be required in terms of both either on the government side and or the business? What do you see that relationship looking like, or how might you characterize it?
Well, I don't think any of what I will say will come as a surprise to your audience, because people have been talking about digitalization, they've been talking about disruption for a very long time. But what's happening now is that's becoming a reality in sector after sector. And for example, I worked with the Ford Motor Company, with Bill Ford at the time, back in the beginning of this century. And we could see on the horizon Tesla, and we could see on the horizon Elon Musk. Now, I was fascinated, and I spent quite some time trying to track Tesla over time. Ford didn't, because in a way, and the big automotive companies didn't, because they thought, you know, we tried electrification 100 years ago and it didn't work then, it's not going to work again now. And you now have, as you know, Tesla is worth, and it's a bubble, but I mean, it's worth the same as the 5 biggest automotive companies in the world. So I think one of the things we've got to do as leaders is amplify weak signals. Now, one of the reasons why I'm recommending that younger people are brought into the process is that what is a weak signal for many older people, because of the reality that they inhabit, is not necessarily a weak signal for younger people. They're vibrating to, they're responsive to a very different set of emergent realities. A second thing is we've seen the top teams of a growing number of businesses and public sector organizations as well, getting out of their offices. So I spent 30 years, 40 years trying to get NGOs, activists, campaigners into business, and particularly into boardrooms. And at the time, that was radical. That was, I mean, and the NGOs didn't want to come in, and the business people didn't really want them inside either. But that was bringing the outside world in a way that you could control. And I think what we've now got to see is leaders going out of their comfort zones, out of their bubbles, to meet disruptive innovators and entrepreneurs and leaders and so on, where they're doing what they're doing. And so I think a lot of that will be technology driven, but at the same time, I'm starting to interview in depth some of the regenerators around the world. So for example, in Iraq, Azam Alwash is the man who's brought back the Iraqi marshes after Saddam destroyed them, pretty much totally, turned them into a dust bowl. So I'm trying to understand the politics, the leadership characteristics that get people like him to do what they do, and where they are successful, help them to succeed. And at the same time, I've been talking to people, for example, Yvon Chouinard, who founded Patagonia many 40 years ago more. And that company has consistently been flagged as a leader in global business because of its sort of almost mindset. So just beginning to talk to some of these people, and also just a final example, David Brin, a science fiction author, and I've been talking to him about what science fiction has to say about doing business on a crowded planet, and particularly around restoration, recovery, regeneration, and so on, trying to get some of these different perspectives. But just finally, I think it's in a remarkable time, isn't it? I mean, when I've been talking to these First Abu Dhabi Bank senior executives, they're piling into the sort of green finance area. Now, there are a lot of different initiatives, bonds and different sort of financial instruments. People can see this coming, but at the moment, it's still quite experimental. They don't know whether a particular initiative will work or not. And it's a bit like OECD countries 10, 15 years ago. If something fails, that becomes an excuse for not doing that stuff again. Whereas I think we need massive experimentation. And again, I think that's one of the reasons why younger people are critical in all of this.
Right, thanks, John. I think that picks up a number of themes that have emerged around this idea of connecting the dots, early pattern recognition to see those patterns and learn very rapidly, and also that breaking down of the boundaries, whereas before corporates would see themselves a clear boundary around the business, that they would control, communications and strategies going out of the business. But now those barriers coming down and that more fluidity, as you say, in terms of partnerships and communication with disruptors to exploit those opportunities, all being new ways of both individual leaders and corporate behaviours emerging.
I totally agree, Ben. And I just very quickly, I think all of those characteristics that you've just gone through contribute to flexibility and the potential to adapt. And we're going into a period now where I believe we're starting to see the early signs of fairly substantial deglobalization. And every time you have one of these periods where you have a down wave, like the ones I sketched, you also have a major international conflict. Now, I'm not predicting it. I don't want it. But you only have to look at America and China and various other places in the world to see we are getting into a quite edgy situation. So risks are changing all around us. And I think the thinking about risks and the insight into what risks and opportunities will look like going forward cannot simply be left to risk professionals. It's something we've all got to think about.
Great, thank you. Then John, the other thing I want to ask you is that one of the other elements that's come through is with this networked idea of a business is the whole idea of stakeholders and stakeholder capitalism. Of course, this idea that if financial value is reliant on its relationships and dependencies with nature, its inputs, society, its suppliers and customers, so on. This idea of stakeholder capitalism, which of course the Business Roundtable famously put forward, the idea that business was no longer about purely maximizing shareholder value, but actually about generating value for stakeholders. And indeed, I think even that probably is an unfair reflection of Friedman, who that idea is based on, of course, where he saw that was, if you do focus on long-term profit, you think about the stakeholders. But I guess my question to you, John, is do you feel that stakeholder capitalism, in a sense, goes far enough in order to engage with this sort of disruptive, exponential future that we see, or is there something more that's needed than stakeholder capitalism?
Well, I think the framing of your own question, Ben, suggests the opposite. I mean, but stakeholder capitalism is a useful stepping stone. Consulting with the wider world, engaging with the wider world on a sort of fair and inclusive basis, I think is absolutely essential. But one of the things that we started to see, and as I said, I started doing that 30, 40 years ago, and a lot of that work has now been professionalized, in the sense that there are professional stakeholder groups, and they're quite ready now to sort of be consulted and engage, and they do good work. But I think one of the groups of stakeholders, which is very often overlooked in all of this, but is going to be absolutely critical, is young people. It's the generation whose future will be shaped by the climate emergency, by the biodiversity and ecological emergency, and all of these different things. And they sense it. I mean, increasingly you talk to younger people, and I've been on some of the climate marches with the school students, particularly in London, they know this is coming and they want to see action and they want to be part of it. So I would love to see more companies doing what a few are now considering, setting up youth boards, starting to bring younger people in and exposing them to the sort of challenges that their organizations are facing. Because I think that'll do two things. It'll give them a sense of where their future employees, customers, investors are likely to be heading in terms of their values and priorities and so on. But it'll also help train up some of those people in such a way that they are largely pro-business and pro positive change rather than going extremely radical, and also ensure that their advice over time is well suited to driving some of that change.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so not just thinking about stakeholders from the value chain or network, but actually generationally as well, bringing their voices in.
This is just very quickly, it is a generational project that we're involved in. You go back to the Brundtland report, that was central there, but a lot of people have forgotten that along the way. So we have to serve future generations, and we have to do it clearly and effectively. And many people who lead all sorts of organizations, that's still to one side of what they're aiming to do.
Super, thanks, John. Just in our last few minutes together, John, supposing there's a business which is new to this idea of exponential change, green swans, and so on, is maybe looking at this new, what would be your advice? What would be the first sort of, few next steps you'd encourage them to perhaps take if they're exploring this agenda afresh?
Well, I think one of the things I would do is consult some of the younger people in the organization as to what they're not only reading, but watching, and what sort of social media and so on they're following to get their inputs on this. But I think people are spoiled for choice now, because there are so many, for example, books coming out. Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, has just done his new book, Values. Ronald Cohen did his book on impact. There is quite a reading list out there. But again, look at what your younger people are learning from, and dive into some of that. And the other thing is just talk to some of your peer companies, because it's amazing how often when you go into a particular company, they don't know that very much about what their competitors and key suppliers are doing on this front. And yet when you get the conversation going, that can be very productive indeed. So, I mean, all obvious solutions, but I think express an interest in this agenda, this change agenda. And if you're very clearly identified as somebody who not just cares, but is actually actively interested in understanding what this means for your business model, if you're a business, and your strategy, whatever sort of organization you are, some of this stuff will start to come to you. It's almost as though the universe wants you to do this and will actually support you once you've sort of committed. So I would imagine Doug McMillan of Walmart is now being bombarded with advice and support. So be prepared for that.
Super. Well, look, John, thank you very much indeed for sharing your insights on what's been a really rich journey today. So thank you very much indeed. And
thank you.
Thanks, John. And so I'd just like to sum up, I guess, really, I've been sort of struck by, I guess, 4 big cross-cutting themes that have come across. One is this idea, as John just recently talked about, around exponential change. We're walking into a future of exponential change. The second is that idea that businesses are really a network. They're a network with relationships in with society, governments, and so on, which is tied into their resilience. Thirdly, there's a critical role for innovation to unlock new markets and solutions and provide new value capture, and the opportunities for partnerships to unlock that, as we saw from people like Dell. And then finally, there's that idea of really demonstrating those benefits through transparency, through disclosure, and building trust with those stakeholders. So I hope you found today stimulating and thought-provoking, as it supports your own reflections on you and your organization's journey into the future. And I'd also like to finish by, on behalf of the University of Cambridge, thanking Diwa and His Excellency for hosting this wonderful event. Also to our terrific range of speakers today, and also, of course, for you for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us as the audience for today and contributing your questions and reflections. And you will be able to have access to all the presentations, references in a follow-up email after the event. So only remains me to say again, thank you very much indeed, and do enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.